Okay. There we go. Just drop that down just a bit. Hey everybody. Yeah, I haven't watched it yet. I'm also trying to fix this chat window. This is what was taking me so long. The one chat window I have up is not populating, so I'm kind of reading it on a secondary one, which is fine. I don't really care. But there we go. I don't know if this is gonna work, but oh, that did work. Cool. But yeah, welcome. Hey, how's everybody doing? Yeah, you guys get to see me 2 days in a row. I think I'm gonna switch up the schedules. By the way, I'm gonna do Monday and Thursdays, just so you know, I don't have to do the Wednesday thing where I'll be honest with you. Yesterday, I was just like, I needed to do something other than sit on the couch, and I was like, I was gonna cancel yesterday. I was like, I was not feeling great, and then I said, ah, screw it. I got to do something. I got to get up and move around. I said I was gonna stream anyway on Wednesday. I said, fuck it. Also, what really stinks is that the Guardian tried to claim the stream yesterday, which was fantastic. So, I guess. Do you hear about the Dialogue Secret Society of Billionaires and Politicians? No. Tell me more. By the way, also, I do want to jump in and also say this. I did some research on the Noah Sampson, Ethan Klein lawsuit situation, and my take is on this is that Ethan Klein could retract the lawsuit and that money would go to Gaza, but instead he wants to file a frivolous lawsuit against Noah Sampson. And in my opinion, if I was in Noah Sampson's shoes, I would say, nah, fuck it. I'm gonna go for the gold, and we're gonna make sure that, this guy loses another lawsuit. Now, you can make the argument like, well, apologize and that money can go to Gaza. At the same time, a frivolous lawsuit that pushes back, essentially, it basically is telling people, hey, Ethan Klein can silence anyone he wants just by threatening a lawsuit. No, he should lose it. Oh my God, the blue spray paint on the reflecting pool is, peeling and floating up to the top now. Yeah, it's turning green. I saw that. Peter Thiel and Cory Booker are some of their members. Yeah. Seems like an accelerationist type thing from what I've seen. Dude, that does not surprise me. I personally think all of the people 99% of the people who are in some sort of Senate seat, House seat, whatever, the executive branch, anyone who's in the administration, I'll be very honest with you, they're all in on it because it just feels like it. It just feels like we're just fighting this uphill battle. Everyone talks a big game. They're like, hey, we're going to fix shit. And then they don't. They just don't. The peroxide dumped in the reflecting pool is probably causing the paint to peel. Yeah, that makes sense. They try to clean it. I'll be very honest with you. That whole situation when he did it and he touted it as like this like big thing, I was like, this is going to backfire in some way. I didn't know how, but I knew it was going to backfire because this guy does everything so half-assed and quickly. Trump is a moron. Trump is like an absolute moron, and the people who believe him and think like, oh yeah, he's on it, like he knows what he's doing, they're delusional. They're fucking delusional. And I feel sad for them more than I actually actively hate them. The people who I reserve my hate for are the people who are preying on people who A, are undereducated, and B, actively not listening, to what's going on around them. I think there's willful ignorance. I think there's indoctrination, and I think there is uneducation, like people undereducated. Okay, I think we got the chat fixed. Okay, there we go. Who's suggesting this shit to them? I think Trump gets a fucking bee in his bonnet about random things. Or someone says, hey, did you see the reflecting pond? And he's like, what? And he's like, it looks like shit. And he's like, let's fix it. I think he just hears people say shit and then he just goes to town. We're on a very bad path. We need plans, solutions, and alliances. Where can we turn for this? Honestly, Grivens, valid question. Valid question. I personally believe that, I pin my anger at lobbyists more than anything else. I think lobbyists destroyed the United States. I also think the rich, and the rich can be tied into lobbyists as well, but I think there are a select few people who are pushing their agenda and they don't care about anything else. They're sociopaths at this point. They're on it like South Dakota meth campaign. The South Dakota meth campaign? Is there really? Is that really a thing? Han needs beneficial bacteria. He killed it all. Then he was shocked Pikachu face. There was an algae bloom. Any pawn or tank person saw that coming. Kind of his signature. He fixed the ice skating rink in New York City. And what happened to that? Because I did not know he even attempted to do something like that. Seems like he got his stink on it and just got his diaper stink on it. God, by the way, I have not read anything about yesterday's episode of the Nice Story Conversation, so I have no idea. I think I saw something on one of the Discord servers. I just pulled up Discord just now, but it seemed like Mary Lou might have been just kind of like there. What was the thing? Meth. We're on. Like, okay, I'm gonna look it up. I gotta look at this. Reflecting pool fiasco is kind of an infinite money glitch for that pool guy. 100%. The guy who was probably servicing that the reflecting pool or reflecting pond, literally is probably like, hell fucking yeah, bro. He fixed it. Oh, and didn't pay the contractors. Well, yeah, that was his MO for fucking ever. For fucking ever. Hire contractors, don't pay them. Take me to court, bitches. That's literally the MO for Trump. You can buy t-shirts still online. I'm a South Dakota resident. Christine Ohm is an idiot. She's a fucking moron. Completely agree with you. No. Do we look outside the USA if we can't trust on moderate liberals and principled conservatives? No. I mean, you're gonna have to look outside of the United States for anyone of. And even then, I get concerned because I think most people who are in high-ranking positions are there because it's a power thing. That Mary Lou even cared an inch about this guest. I am I've been trying to find an angle to do an edit of Necessary Conversation, just because I feel like I need to do one. I haven't done an actual edit in almost 2 weeks now. I feel like I need to do something with that content, so maybe this might be a good episode to edit down. I don't know. We'll see. Ooh, South Dakota 2 East River. Okay. I found the campaign. Is it worth giving the conservatives what they want and leaving the country? Or do you fight within from outside? I personally, look, I'm all for fighting against assholes. I think if you have the means and the ability to do it, I think you should do it. That's why, like, I brought up the Noah Samson thing. And I'm like, yeah, I know he said he was going to donate the rest of the funds to Gaza. And Ethan Klein said, hey, if he apologizes to me and the stuff that Noah Samson criticized Ethan on was legitimately his takes on basically pushing, Israeli sort of talking points on his podcast. And Noah Samson just called him out for it. Because literally Ethan Klein since October 7th has been on the basically fuck Hamas, fuck anyone who is, who can justify Hamas. And I'm like, you know what, Noah? I'm fine with you doing what you're doing. You hear about Trump allegedly asked about selling Puerto Rico because they're poor and dirty so we can buy Greenland? I didn't hear about that. but that sounds like something Trump would say. Sounds exactly like something Trump would say. It just feels on brand. Feels absolutely on brand. Meth We're On It campaign is funny, but state officials say the meth problem is deadly serious. Yeah. Yeah, I bet it. I hadn't heard that, but that does make a ton of sense. All right, hold on. We're getting the episode up. There we go. The video is insane. Oh, is there a video? Okay, hold on. Okay, we will watch that. Let me mute.
Her team might be losing, but she's feeling like a winner.
Let's just mute that.
She's feeling so good. People are asking.
Aaron Parnas reported it. Okay, I will pull it up too. I think that's something that we can totally look at. My grandparents fled to Italy when they saw that what Mussolini was up to. You say didn't want to listen then, and it doesn't now. That's kind of the MO for the U.S.
I'm on meth.
I'm on meth.
I'm on it too.
It is a $440,000 public service campaign created by Twin Cities.
Is that AI? Those faces look really weird.
City's PR firm Broadhead for the state of South Dakota.
You know, I've been thinking about doing just, shorts, basically where I just go, here's the news, and just give the article, like just basically give the title, give a quick talking point, and then just drop it. Brave browser kills ads, FYI. I have a way around it. This is just, it's not on this PC. So, and it's also an incognito browser, but I have a way around it. Let me just put it this way. I have a proxy set up that I just have to push some settings to. But yeah, but I was thinking about doing some just like short form content. I don't know. I have like a bigger plan for like basically telling the news, but it's got a comedic bend to it. I just have to figure out the angle and get it written in a way that makes me go, I can do this on repeat. But essentially it's just, I have this idea to just basically just make fun of, basically the talking heads that we currently have. And I'm talking on both right and left. I've said it a million times. I really just actively hate the laser-like focus that people who are moderate Democrats and even left-leaning talking heads, they want to just focus on Trump's health. And I'm just like, I'm so done. I'm so done with it. I don't care about the diaper shit. You can tell the dude wears a fucking diaper. I am more worried about the fact that like JD Vance is out here trying to spin Iran as the Iran peace deal as like some sort of like great thing. And someone brought up the point that they're doing the signing tomorrow because on Fridays, most people are not paying attention to these big news things that happen. And so Trump is kind of like tuned in to that whole concept and idea that essentially if I just do stuff on Friday, no one really picks up on it until it's like too late. And so he's going to do this peace deal on Friday. My theory, though, is that Israel's going to fuck it all up. Israel's just going to go to town. Just absolutely just fucking go to town. Americans always be trusted to do the right thing once all other possibilities have been exhausted. And that is kind of the way I look at World War II. They're like, oh, yeah, that's your fight. You deal with it, guys. Until Pearl Harbor happened. They're like, oh, fuck. Oh, it's a done deal now? I didn't know he signed it into the G7. Holy shit. Okay. I was watching Pondering earlier today, and they were spinning it, apparently, that he was going to sign it on Friday. No, it was Sam Cedar I was watching earlier. I was letting videos run, and Anna was talking about how they're going to sign it on Friday, but he signed it last night? Shit. Don't touch the boats. Yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. Well, I think that's why I saw JD Vance trying to spin it today. Great. fantastic. They went against what I would have done, because I would have done exactly what Trump did. Was like, I don't want people to really notice this. Fucking sign it on Friday. That also might have been on Aaron. Okay, yeah. The MOU's scoping document to agree on issues to be negotiated, not a deal. Okay, yeah, okay. So then that's okay. That's where that's where I'm at. Because I was like, I didn't think a deal was signed, but if I believe anyone, if they're going to tell me like that's the case, I take in so much random shit throughout the day that I could totally get it wrong. That was written in Farsi. Okay, let's finish
to raise
this.
awareness of meth
Let's go
abuse.
look at that.
I'm on it.
I'm on meth.
That line, read by several people, including children, now has people across the country talking. Many people on social media calling the campaign a mockery. Another comment, you turn meth into a joke.
We knew it was going to be provocative. We wanted.
I mean, it should be kind of like, I mean, honestly, look, you know, I get when people are outraged about stuff, but there is a point in time where you have to go, we're not making any headway. How do you shock people into going, hey, this is a problem? And I feel like humor sometimes is the way to do it. And in this situation, I think it is. I think this is it. I think a lot of people want to ignore this shit is happening. I think the right has a tendency also to go, fuck them. You know, they're just druggies. They're just drug addicts. And it's like, that is not what this is. I mean, anyone can turn into a drug addict. I believe that. I don't know why. Well, I know why. I know why people get butthurt. They don't like facing problems. That's what it is.
To do something different.
Broadhead President Beth Berge says they knew the campaign would get a reaction, and to make people notice, they had to do something different than the gritty meth awareness ads that have been tried in the past.
Because it does really impact all of South Dakota. So
yeah, one side, the left wants to use humor to shock people to action. The right has always turned to terror. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, terror. And honestly, I think the right has a tendency to brush the shit under the rug until it becomes a massive problem, like that they can't ignore. Just knew it wasn't English, so he doesn't know what was English. Oh God, didn't know what it was. Same folks whining about drugs or driving drunk multiple times a day. Yeah, that is true. You have to admit that this meth, I'm on it, is fucking weird. Oh, it is absolutely fucking weird. Absolutely. But it gets people to pay attention to it, and I think in my head, I go, I can make the connection, being like, it is a shock to the system. And look, I'm someone who I haven't talked about like my past, like with like art and stuff like that, but I used to do art that for me at least was pushing against the grain a little bit, and basically pushing it back against the belief system that I was brought up around. And I was using a lot of occult symbols to kind of make a point. Of course, you can make the connection because you critically think, but they just sent this out to a bunch of people who can't figure out anything on their own. Just go with it, with what they're told. Hey, what's up, Dragon? That's the thing, though. Just shows it can impact it doesn't show the negative of it, though. It just shows it can impact anyone. I think that is the underlying thing. There is an aspect too of this idea that we have to shield people away from, I guess, these topics, and even joking about it, or even putting it in a light that maybe some people be like, oh, they're making fun of it. I think it's still necessary. I'm not someone who is for, being mean for just mean's sake, but I think there is an aspect of that, at least with this ad campaign. I feel like it gets people to talk about this, and I think that's important. Even if you don't agree, like even if the person is like, this is offensive to me, it still brings up the whole point of like, well, do you understand what the point is of the actual ad campaign? Is it my cup of tea? I wouldn't, I wouldn't buy a shirt and wear it. So that's my take on it. I wouldn't go that far, but I get why people do stuff like this. I was around people who were making counterculture art for a very long time, and I understand why people do it, and I understand how they do it. Help poverty and help substance. Yeah. So you're saying like, essentially, this is a twofold thing. It does help with both of those items, and is the money raised by selling shirts going towards people who are going through drug rehabilitation programs as well?
The imagery that we have for it is really inclusive.
I don't think it's necessarily a mockery. I think it's a play on words. We're on it. We've got this. We need to do something about it.
Sage
I didn't even think of it that way.
Prairie Medical Director Dr. Ann Pilkus likes the campaign because it's already drawn attention back to meth, which she feels has fallen to the background.
But in reality, it's actually growing.
According to the state's contract with Broadhead, their original idea for the PSA included Governor Kristi Noem wearing a shirt that
that would have not gone well.
Says, "I'm on meth." In 2014, South Dakota stopped using a series.
Jerking isn't a joke. Hey, what's up, Tina? How are you doing? Jerking isn't a joke. God. Oh, okay.
Of texting while driving ads that said, "Don't jerk and drive." They meant it to prevent jerking the steering wheel, but the ads provoked backlash.
So, are they talking in terms of like hydroplaning or sliding on ice? Because I learned that in not defensive driving, in driving class. Like, if you are in a car that is sliding in an uncontrolled slide, don't grab the wheel and jerk it, and don't hit your brake, because those are things that will just make things infinitely worse. But is that what it's about?
State officials tell me they see this campaign as a success already and absolutely do not plan on pulling the ads.
Shouldn't blow and drive either. Damn. All right. There was something I was going to look up. Oh, I was going to look up the signing as well. Let me put music on. Texting and driving, and then realizing you're running off road. Okay. I was like, is this some sort of like highly tailored sort of like, there's way too many uncontrolled slides happening. And then I was like, wait, is it what I'm thinking is like people are actively like flashing people while they're driving? And it's like, oh shit, that's even more insane. We've outsourced our thinking to computers, phones, AI. Jon Stewart keeps pointing out how easy it is to turn Orwell's 2-minute hate, 24-hour hate. Yeah. Honestly, Jon Stewart is actually one of the few people when it comes to like mainstream. I would say he falls into mainstream because he does the Daily Show. That's something that is seen by everybody, but he's one of the most salient points to make. And I agree with about 99.9% of what actually maybe even 100% of what he says. He seems like he's just a good dude overall with everything that he says and does. Are you trying to get rid of all my fun? No, I'm not trying to do anything. What are you talking about? Okay, hold on. Okay, so it's a memorandum aimed to end the war. Okay, this is CNBC. President Trump and Iranian President Masoud. Oh my God, I'm gonna fucking sound like an Pezeshkian signed a memorandum of understanding aimed at developing a permanent peace deal to end the war between the two nations, officials said. Okay, so this is just a tentative deal. It's a tentative deal. Okay, so nothing set in stone yet. Trump also announced, "I'm the boss." No, wait. I'm finding it. I'm finding it. I have to hear it. We're gonna take that journey together. I saw that. Knowing truth to make an informed decision. I agree. I understand that point too, and I agree to an extent. I think there is a. I'm trying to make a good analogy because in my head it's like there is so much information out there, and people choose to essentially just ignore it in favor of basically living in their own echo chamber and bubble. And I think stuff like this is good because when someone is angry and upset, you can then kind of go through and walk them through the whole like, here's the meaning behind this and that. I think the understanding piece comes after the shock, and I think it gets people talking, even if they don't understand it. It gets people talking about it, and also too, I can also make the argument that if they weren't going to understand it, if well, I'm not going to make that argument because it's not a good argument. It's not a good one. I'm not going to do that. It's basically being like, if they're that dumb, then how are you expected to reach them anyway? But I think you can reach anyone. I think you just have to be, you know, willing to meet them halfway. Okay, hold on. Jesse Dollamore pointed out that as he sat next to to a Muslim at the G7, he called Obama Barack Obama and didn't use his middle name like he always does, and emphasizes it. Yeah, Barack Hussein Obama. That's the shit that always annoys me to no end. There's a lot of talk about that silo in this episode. Okay, shit, yeah. Take terrorists for example. Honestly, didn't really know how they worked, but I got conflicting information, and all it did was take a search to find out, and then I could decide whether it was good. Yeah, the funny thing is I felt like I understood tariffs pretty much off the bat, and it was baffling to me that when even explained, and a lot of these things were explained, in debates, which I don't think are great places to teach people. But even when explained and broken down, it was baffling that people could not understand that when you impose a tariff, that tariff actually hits the American people. Like it was so baffling that there were so many people thinking, no, the other country pays it, and so we're making more money. And it's like, no, no, that's not how it works. Like it was weird, and it made me feel crazy at the time when all that stuff was happening. Because to me, when he was talking about tariffs during the whole election cycle, I was like, this is a bad fucking look. Like, how is he going to pull himself out of this? Like, it's well known. I mean, who was it? What was the president that imposed tariffs and it absolutely destroyed the economy? I don't want to say it's Jackson because I don't think it's Jackson, but fake news. It was all fake fucking news. It's because people like you and I will look at information that is conflicting, and we question it, and they don't. Yeah. I still search things that sound iffy from people that I trust. I do this on this channel too. Like, I actively will ask questions, and I will always admit if I don't know something or if I got something wrong, I will go, okay, let me look into it. Like yesterday, we had a conversation about. I keep bringing up the Noah Samson thing, but it kind of proves a point. It was this concept that Noah Samson was a scammer, and I'm like, I don't really believe. I don't know anything about it. Let me look into it, and I did a research last night on it, and I made an informed decision. I made an actively informed decision to be like, okay, yeah, from what I'm seeing here, doesn't make any sense. By the way, are we not getting the chat up on screen? Hold on, let me fix that real quick. Being said, I feel the left brings receipts more than the right does. I don't live on the trust me bro plan. To an extent, yes, left does. My issue with the left is that they feed into the bullshit machine that the right produces, and then it turns into an outrage machine. I was right there back in 2018 thinking like, oh my God, they're going to get Trump out of here. Like he's too corrupt. And then I kind of realized like, I think when Trump got reelected, I was like, oh, this is all diversion. Like this is a massive fucking diversion away from, what's actually happening. I agree. I'm over the clickbait from the left. Yeah, I'm just so fucking done with it. And I like to point it out too. It's one of those things like, like I'll say like, like a Rachel Maddow is like the high end, like high, like God king of left, you know, feeding into this like, outrage culture thing. Yeah, well, Mockler's been doing it for a while, and I've been screaming about that. TV said it's baffling that so many people don't understand how businesses work. Well, because they don't have businesses. That's the thing. They don't have businesses, and so they think, oh yeah, when a businessman tells me this is a good thing, he knows what he's talking about. Yeah, the left has their own version for sure. Oh, 100%, 100%. I mean, there is a group, like a massive group of people who think the current crop of Democratic representation that we have is good and that we should back it. And the reality is that no, they're all in on the con too. It's unfortunate, but progressive candidates winning right now is also showing that people are waking up to the problem. And that's the good thing. That is the good thing. I feel like Mockler has been getting into habit of that so much, I can't even listen to the whole bit from him, just outrage and clickbait. Yeah, when I pull up an Adam Mockler thing, I skip past everything in his video and go straight to the actual news article. And the one guy who always bring up, he always, it's like it's a 50-50 chance that the thing that he is talking about as the title of the video, Jack I can't, it begins with a C. I always forget his name, and I think it's the reason I forget his name is I just don't like his politics. I don't like it. I don't like the way he views things and gets clicks. It's just bad. But I always go straight to the piece to see if what they're talking about is exactly it, because typically they're focusing on a news article, stuff that people will not read, because people like to listen. I'm guilty of that too. They like to listen to their news. Jack Coccarelli. Yeah, that guy drives me nuts. Yeah, it finally happened. I clicked on that one today, and I was like, all right, I got conned into clicking on this one. And conned into it. Rage bait and outrage is more grift. Yeah. Yeah, we want government to have a for-profit model. Makes so much sense. Yeah. Right. Let's see. Spending $300 billion to win the Iran war is so depressing. Yeah, and the funny thing is like there are so many things that you can talk about that situation, and you can be very direct and to the point, and you don't have to go down the rabbit hole of being like, like this is outrageous. It is outrageous, but pointing out the fact that we already had a deal that Obama put into place, we paid way less money. I think it was like $1.3 billion. Trump nuked that deal, got upset, tried to bombed them last year. That didn't apparently seem to work. Then started an unnecessary war, and then is now paying them $300 billion. All right, that's where you can leave it. Now that is here. Take this, run with it. This is the bullshit that you are currently, like listening to and being like, oh yeah, you guys started the war. It's like, no, he started the war and spent billions and millions of dollars. And then it's now spending another $300 billion because it doesn't fucking matter to them. This is all fucking a game. Yeah, the title's reading stupid. They're getting extremely stupid, like to a point where I'm like, what the fuck is this? I don't get it. I can respect people that have taken that lane, but I'm not that easily manipulated. I'm a skeptic at heart. I am right there with you. I grew up on X-Files. That was what I was taught at a very young age. Question everything. Don't listen to him. Just question it. No problem. It's not his money, and he's especially distracted from Epstein. Yeah, I mean, he did, and that's the thing is, and people were pointing that out. Like, this is the Epstein war. He wanted people to not pay attention to Epstein, and by golly, did people get really fucking pissed about this war. I was just mad that he got us into an unnecessary war and then just made inflation that much worse. Try upwards of 500 billion, 300 from other countries. I saw that today too. JD Vance was spitting that. All of their frozen money up to $200 billion. Fucking insane.
Well, hello. I'm the boss.
Oh, what a fucking loser. What a fucking loser. This guy, man. Fucking loser. Everyone laughs because they're fucking terrified of him.
How are you?
How much good could be done with that money? Yeah, how much good could be done with that money? That's the question that I also ask myself. Like, there is this whole concept of like, let's eradicate these programs that could help people, and then use that money to fund unnecessary wars and use way more money than what was actually saved, quote unquote. That's the shit that you should be outraged about. And then funneling money into the pockets of family members too. That's the shit that is awful. You back up, you can see him walk in. He looks like a toddler.
Well, hello. I'm the boss.
He does look like. Look, I don't condone AI, but this would be a great time to turn him into Boss Baby, because he does look like. It does look like something like Boss Baby, the Boss Baby would say. I saw part of that movie on a flight. I was sitting behind a child who was playing it like at full volume, and I watched I think 30 minutes of it, and I was like, this is the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my entire life. And it's literally Alec Baldwin doing a Trump impression the whole movie, I believe. It's just bad. It's just bad shit. All right.
I'm the boss.
I cannot believe that shit. All right.
Well, hello. I'm the boss.
I think I was playing on a different window.
How are you?
I also think it's funny that after we all got yelled at for comparing him to Hitler, he compared himself to Hitler today on Truth Social. Well, see, the thing is, and I think there's a few pundits out there who've been pointing out the only Democratic representative. I actually don't think there is a Democratic representative that actively called him Hitler. It was his own VP who did. Now, I would say there's a lot of people, I think, all over the political spectrum, actively calling him Hitler. Yeah, but I don't know if a rep has actually come out and said that. So I don't know. I haven't seen it, and I think it was Kyle who pointed that out. Like, okay, cool. I'm gonna pull up the episode just so we can get this going.
Welcome to the Necessary Conversation Midweek Edition. Today we have myself, my other lefty sister, my mom.
I do like the fact this guy came in all red.
Mom, and a very special guest with us today is Rich Logis, the founder of Leaving MAGA. Mom, what do you think about this?
Well, welcome. I welcome all of our guests.
Thank you.
We'll see how this goes.
No, I'm very excited to have you here, Rich, because I feel like we've done a lot on this podcast to expose my mom.
Yeah, elite Democratic politicians have called him fascist, but not Hitler. Right, which there's a difference. I mean, Mussolini was fascist, right? All Mussolini, I guess.
To people that she would never talk to otherwise. Like we had Peppermint on, who I think is the first trans person you've ever talked to, right, Mom?
Yes.
And I think
Isn't that sad though to think that's the first trans person that she's ever talked to? That to me speaks volumes about the people she interacts with.
Talking to people who have had different experiences, or in this case, maybe a very similar experience to kind of where you are now in your path to leaving MAGA, that this might be helpful for you. So, Rich, thank you for joining us. Before we, and Mom, feel free to ask any questions, Haley, obviously, whatever. But I have a few kind of things I want to start with, if you don't mind. Where did you grow up, Rich?
The public has compared him to Hitler. Yeah, totally have. I've seen a lot of people do it. And Nazis. Hitler and the Nazis, and the right tells us to shut up, and he ain't that way, and we're causing problems. Yeah, I mean, the right also wants to go back to fucking women not voting, just no rights for anyone other than white men, white Christian men. Let me rephrase that. They want that. They want that. And so when I hear people say that shit, I'm like, yeah, okay, buddy. You want to make sure that um, everyone is subservient to you, and the reality is you're just a giant cuck. You're just a giant cuck. Italian fascism was different than German fascism. Was different than Franco-Spanish fascism. Was different than Vichy French fascism. Makes it hard to define accurately. And you're right. You're correct. There's different types. I mean, there's also different forms of communism, and there is this conflation of like, you know, Marxist communist versus, oh my god, this is a lane that I'm not like very familiar with outside of the stuff that I hear Hassan talk about. But I thought I heard Hassan yesterday talking about USSR actually having decent like actually Marxist communist sort of ideals, and I was just like, really? Because from what I've seen, they were draconian, like absolutely draconian. I watched the Tetris movie, and that Tetris documentary movie thing was wild. The right also can't acknowledge that the Klan is a conservative Christian organization. Well, yeah, they don't want to claim that, but they will claim it if they do get their way at some point. They will. They'll be like, "Oh yeah, we were always okay with the Klan." That will be a talking point if they were to basically run the country. I understand that my point is that he's now going on his Truth Social and comparing himself to Hitler. Yeah, I'm actually pulling that up too. So he can do it, but we can't. Oh yeah, he can do whatever he wants. This fool is okay with being a contrarian. He loves being a walking contradiction because it freaks people out too. I think it knocks people off of their axis, and Trump loves it. Trump's like, how are you going to spend? How are you going to figure out a way to spend this? And then he just keeps piling on more bullshit, and then everyone is sitting there staring at this giant stack of shit, and he's just fucking robbing everyone while everyone's focusing on this distraction. That's the thing. Like I look at Trump. I don't actively look at his Truth Social unless it comes up in some sort of conversation. But the reality is this: like the dude knows how to manipulate, and I think his team knows how to manipulate very well. I don't think he's actually making any of these posts. I think it's like people like Stephen Miller working with the with the girl who is currently Trump's like personal assistant. I think he's working with her, and they've just set it up so it automatically posts all night long.
So I live in Florida, but I am originally a New Yorker. Okay. And my family, they were
I think so too.
Quintessential middle class parents, worked a variety of public and private sector jobs, and they were not at all political. To my knowledge, I don't think my parents ever even voted. So not sure. I look back on it and I wonder.
No, it's not Laura Loomer. Is this 1.2? No, I don't think it is, but we can make it that. With this one is how Mary Lou will listen to this guy talk and be like, I don't think. And then she's wearing a Trump hat. Yeah, she's fucking. Okay, 1.25. This guy. Oh, he is. He's a fast talker.
Exactly how I wound up where I did is this accidental.
Yeah, I can turn the volume up.
Public figure, but it happened the way that it did. And
give me a second. Ooh, actually, I might have to boost it. Bear with me. I have everything maxed out over here. Thanks, Pip. You're welcome. What did I just do? Well, that's fine. That's fun. That's great. What did I do? Okay, I see what I did. There we go. While I'm doing that, we'll go ahead and
I'm
just
really
keep playing
happy
it.
to be here. It's it's a
He speaks
great
slowly because
honor
his
for
audience
me
is
to
MAGA.
join you
Yeah.
guys today, and means a lot to our organization to have you welcome us to the show.
No, it's our pleasure. I
It didn't
think
hit with her. Yeah.
from all the videos and stuff that I've watched of what you're doing, and obviously the big billboard campaign and stuff, it's like
I'm gonna go ahead and just say it. Yeah, they mixed this episode really low because I'm looking at everyone's like I'm listening to Chad, and then I'm looking at the mixer. It's mixed really low. All right.
I think putting the idea out there for other MAGA people like my mom that it's like okay, and that there are other people who are kind of like waking up to the fact that Trump has lied to you and you've been kind of hoodwinked by him. I think it's like incredibly helpful. That's a part of dismantling the whole Trump machine that has to happen. So you said your parents weren't politically active. What first got you into politics?
Well, I actually would say that my sensibilities for politics developed while I was in college. My very first vote for president was in the year 2000 when I.
Antifa, you said ML seems to be looking at something above the camera during this episode. That is actually the funniest fucking thing to point out, because if that actually gives me an idea for a video now. We'll make it Hassan 2.0. We'll make a Hassan 2.0 video.
Graduated college, and that vote was for Ralph Nader. And
okay, interesting.
I was attracted to Ralph Nader because he had a message as part of his campaign, which was that the two parties were the same, and that we basically had to tear down the system and we needed to start anew. Now that's
dude, I remember the Paul Rand fucking people in Texas. It was a huge thing in the town I was living in at the time. ML comes from a devout believer place, so fundamentally different. Yeah, I don't think I will be very honest with you. You need to get, and I know I've been hypercritical about the show lately, but there are so many avenues you can go down to reach Mary Lou, but you have to meet her on a emotional level, and I think she will identify with a mother and a woman. I mean, who's gone through the whole process of maybe being a Christian conservative, being a mother, and having to kind of grapple with Trump's policies, that type of thing. I think sometimes like this type of stuff can really just be like, cool, yeah, they're MAGA, but she does stuff like someone was saying, I'm not MAGA, and it's like that's my way of getting out of it. And you have to have that one thread that she can't pull that keeps her engaged in the actual conversation.
Sounds like another candidate I supported in 2015 and 16 who came on the scene and said the two parties are essentially the same. They failed to represent most Americans except the wealthy and the powerful. And let's obliterate the established political order and let's start anew. And that was...
She's extraordinarily shallow. Deep arguments or moral arguments have failed to move her. It needs to serve her ego and make her feel viscerally uncomfortable. I don't see ML making much of a change. As long as she has financial privilege, she won't change much. I thought animal rights might make a difference, but I'm not so sure. I fall into the category of thinking that there's two different things I think about Mary Lou, and it is that she is one, she's very content with being a follower, and two, unless something directly affects her, like Craven said, she's extremely shallow. She will not make a change. Now, I think the stuff like with peppermint and things like that were great because it then takes a talking point away from the stuff that she does bring up. This whole concept of like trans people being in, men's sports and things like that. That was completely just cut off at the knees. And also, I think it also basically curbed the Big Mike bullshit. Oh, I know. He's doing the off camera looking now. That's why I was like, I need to get like a notepad. Okay, so I'll share a little insight. If I'm ever doing an edit of a podcast and I'm watching it, if I have the ability to take notes, I will typically write down stuff that's like, okay, this is funny. I can work with this. Either she's not wanting to hear it, thinking about it, or Newsmax is on TV behind the camera. My belief is that she has developed mechanisms to essentially like bypass information being provided to her. So that is I look at my iPad while Chad's playing a video or saying something. I will say things like, I don't know about that. I have to research it. She does that shit, and it's kind of a defense mechanism. It's built in. It looks like she does it to just mitigate the, I believe, psychic damage she's about to get. She will reflexively shy away from cognitive discomfort, and flee back to a safe place. Frequently this traps her into bad arguments, which is when she plays for time. Essentially, I think you're right. She doesn't take in a lot of what's told to her. Then she addresses something not related. That's why what was so fascinating was like, I saw this like overarching sort of theme with Mary Lou back when Bob was in the hospital, where everyone's like, I think Pat's making some headway with her. I was like, I think she is being like, she's agreeing with things because I think she's tired. And then as time went on, she started saying comments like, just so exhausted, your dad needs a lot of help. And I'm like, oh, she's literally just dropping the hint like, hey, I need this over with because like you guys have been berating me and I'd rather go, I almost said wipe Bob's ass, but I'd rather go do that than deal with this right now. I think that's where her head kind of exists. When she's exhausted or when she's just like pushed beyond her limits, she just shuts down. She'll be agreeable and be like, and then when she starts getting her energy back, she starts doing shit like she did the last couple episodes.
How I went from a person like Ralph Nader, whom I voted for several times, to supporting Donald Trump, because even though he ran as a Republican, of which I was not, I did not belong to any party, I was very seduced by his outsider.
Yeah, everyone's right. He is, Mary Lou, even I would be kind of like, where am I at? What am I doing? It's on TV right now.
Status of having no government, military, or political experience.
And
I didn't just vote for Trump as someone on the periphery.
Hey, peppy. I like it.
I worked on the campaign. I wrote part of the call script in 2016. I showed people where to get registered to vote. I recruited people to vote for Trump, including Bernie Sanders voters. And after the 2016 election,
she has a lot of pressure pointed at her, so it makes sense. Yeah. I can imagine it's especially when Bob is not there. It's a 2-on-1 sort of affair, and even just Chad alone, I bet can be just feel so confrontational and so uncomfortable that she's just like, what do I do? I mean, trust me, I've been in therapy sessions that I have been like that, where I'm like, I need to not be here. So I get it. I understand the desire to not acknowledge. And I think that's why I kind of understand her a little bit, but at the same time, I'm also very cognizant of the fact that I'm a damaged person. So Chad and Haley see an opening and they're trying to take advantage. She's going to reflectively resist. Yeah, which I have said a million times, like they have to have a soft touch with her, because there's a lot of rage And I would feel it too. Like if I was talking to, my parents, the set of parents I have that are MAGA, there would be a touch of just hostility behind it because I'm close to it. I experienced it. It's very easy when you know someone to go beyond the let me be polite and let me be caring sort of angle. And so I think sometimes that doesn't help. I feel like Haley should talk a touch more. I think she said 3 sentences during this episode. Yeah, I agree. I think here's the thing I like about Haley. I like a lot. I think Haley is very, very, very like I wear my emotions on my sleeve. I know how I feel. I know what I believe in. And that is fantastic. I love people who are like that. On these episodes, sometimes that is, I mean, I'll be honest with you, it's not helpful when talking to their mother. Now, on these episodes, I think sometimes she takes back seat. Like I think like with Parker, Hassan, uh was she on the Peppermint episode? Yeah, she was on the Peppermint episode, I think. Like it just, kind of peppers in a couple of things and then backs away. I think when it's Chad and her, I think she feels more comfortable to chime in.
I just got deeper and deeper into the MAGA community, and I found a second family, and I had feelings of camaraderie and gathering and belonging as part of being in MAGA. And I developed my own podcast. I spent my own money that should have gone to my family and my business, looking back on it, to a podcast. I was a MAGA activist. I wrote for lots of MAGA media, including bylines in places like Fox and The Federalist. I wrote for a site called WorldNet Daily, which popularized the Obama birther conspiracy. I spoke at Trump groups. I was a sponsor of Trump groups. I was unapologetically and publicly a supporter of Trump and the MAGA movement. And MAGA was enthralling and exhilarating and exciting and new and novel and communal for me until it was not.
And so when you're saying like you saw similarities between Nader and Trump in that they were both kind of anti-establishment,
Haley's kind of fierce and no nonsense. She isn't built for gentle convincing. Yeah. Hassan has a decade of talking to others and has learned skills Haley doesn't have, which 100% agree with that. Uh-oh. My wife's home. ML has to change herself if she wants to. No one can make her change. Nothing that Chad or Haley can say can force a change. Yeah. Yeah, I get the hostility. It's downright infuriating for your relative to call you a liar and believe utter nonsense from strangers on Newsmax. That's the stuff that blows my mind. Is that, and look, I'll be very honest with you. Going back to the Haley thing real quick. Yeah, Haley does not have the communication skills, and honestly, like I don't want to be that person who's all like, it would probably benefit or help her, but maybe talking to someone outside of the show. And not the therapists that they had on, because I think there's some bad blood there between the two of them. But maybe talking to someone to kind of help work through the rage, because I deal with rage. I feel like I don't show that I deal with rage, but I deal with rage pretty consistently. And talking to someone actually helped kind of calm that down. But I think talking to someone might help Haley kind of reach a point where she's a little bit more understanding, I guess. But I feel like I'm standing up for Mary Lou, and I'm not. By the way, I'm not standing for Mary Lou. I think Mary Lou is I think she can be like really bad, like worse than Bob. Quit being so angry, Joel. You joke, but I actually have to tell myself that quite often. You should see me when I'm like angry and I'm driving. It is like the thing that I have to like pause. I have to stop and pull over. I have to breathe. It's a bad thing. And I wish Chad would let ML and Rich talk. ML and Rich. Okay, who? Oh, just Rich. Okay, I got you. I was like, wait, Rich, and I'm like, that guy. Okay, yeah. I think it would be fascinating for her to sit down one-on-one without Chad or Haley in the mix to see how she communicates with people. I would love to see it. I don't think Emma has the ability to change until Bob dies. She probably feels like even entertaining the idea of anything negative brought up about her dear leader goes against her very identity. Here's the rub on that one. I think I'm of the belief that anyone can change. I just don't know if Mary Lou leaving her community or the people she is in the mix with would completely change her. I have hope that might happen, but I don't know. I just don't know. ML has asked about the COVID thing with DeSantis making Rich leave MAGA, and Chad interjected, yeah. Joel, I haven't watched anything yet. So you're fine. No, and hey, by the way, Stefan, welcome in, by the way. Oh, did the episode start? Yeah, we just started it. We're gonna kind of like crank through it here in a second. Bob is so dominating in the relationship, she couldn't face him. So I'm gonna say this, Alkenstein, if you ever want to like go on an adventure, oh no, you're fine. You're fine. Don't worry about it. This show, look, I could have told you that. I've watched enough of it. I've edited enough of it. I could have been like, yeah, that makes total sense. I'm gonna say this, Alkenstein, go back to episodes pre-2025 and watch the relationship between Bob and Mary Lou, because Bob and Mary Lou are two fucking peas in a pod. I firmly believe that the stuff that we're kind of currently seeing is Bob's sort of like decline, and the yelling and the stuff that we're seeing where he's like talking over is literally the active decline of Bob, mentally, that is. He was very on it, and they basically riffed off each other in the early episodes. I edited a few of those, and I was like, what the fuck, man? I thought Mary Lou was like a wilting daisy when I first saw it. She was piss and vinegar, like full of it.
Come from outside the kind of mainstream American political sphere. But Trump came with a whole bunch of other stuff when he first emerged. It wasn't just that he was like, let's tear this down. We had the Access Hollywood tape. There were however many allegations of sexual assault against him, all of the different financial fraud cases that had been brought against him, all the different businesses he had that had gone bankrupt. How did you reconcile all that stuff when you were first getting into MAGA?
I had very much a neutral opinion of Trump when he ran. I had heard him speak about economic issues before he declared for his run for president.
I'm going to say this too. When I first saw Trump was running and doing the primaries, I was like, there's no fucking way this fucking loser of a human being is going to get that far. How wrong I was. I mean, we're dealing with it right now. So it was bad. Bad.
He would talk about the influence of China and jobs being outsourced and once vibrant communities that had been.
Yeah, maybe with a debrief with CNH at the end. Yeah. Holiday in Montana, I think if they were ever, I've been saying this for a bit, they need a producer. They need someone who can actively work with them to come up with guests and even ideas to freshen up the show. I'm having a hard time personally kind of going through and editing the show because it's a lot of the same stuff that's being repeated. And I am someone who on just morals alone will not make a video that actively repeats shit. So they need a producer to help kind of like push this whole thing forward and even give maybe Mary Lou, I'm talking about this like this is a TV show, but give Mary Lou some sort of arc. Yeah, you can tell Chad's contributions are jumping on messaging opportunities. Yeah. Also, I think Chad needs the help. Like Chad needs a lot of behind the scenes help when it comes to the show.
Hollowed out. And I found myself often nodding in agreement with him. And I admit now, looking back on it, that I overlooked a lot of what would normally be disqualifying for a candidate I was looking at. And part of the reason I overlooked so much of it is because I had allowed myself to come to believe that if Hillary and the Democrats had won, that they would have seized power indefinitely. I know it's delusional to say that right now, but I very quickly fell for a lot of the propaganda and agitprop that if Democrats and Hillary had won, that they were going to capture the country. And I was afraid of being an irrelevant citizen in my own country. And, you know, I never watched The Apprentice. I didn't follow Trump's business.
I think that's the main issue with a lot of people who are in MAGA. You watch even an hour of The Apprentice and you just go, no, no. I've seen like maybe 2 or 3 episodes and I'm like, who would vote for a fucking asshole like this guy?
Dealings that closely. I just thought that he was the right person for the job at the time because I thought the two parties were the same, and I felt like he was giving voice to a lot of the frustrations and aggravation and disenchantment that lots of people in the country felt. And I think that there were, even though I don't believe that these apply any longer, I think that there were some valid concerns that people had when they decided to support Trump, whether it was economic or feeling left behind or unseen or unheard. And even though I wasn't struggling economically in 2016, I knew some people who had. I knew people who lost business to other countries. And I felt like Trump was somebody who very much so appealed to people who felt like the two parties had failed.
This guy's good at telling a story. Yeah, I think it's the same story I've heard from a lot of people who've left MAGA. It's like I was seduced by Trump's dance, and I bought into his populist sort of like you know, like I mean it's a charade. Like, you know, it's this thing of like, yeah, he's going for the populist vote. He did it again too, and the reality is this: like he fed on a bunch of fears that a lot of conservative males had. And it was like, you know, conservative males and business owners, and I'm talking small businesses too. He's like, hey, foreign governments are taking, or foreign countries are taking your jobs. There's going to be no more jobs. Literally, it is the South Park. They took our jobs joke, and it's the truth though. It was real. That was really what was happening. She's hearing the MAGA arguments, but she's such a believer that these reasons aren't actually hers. There's just someone else's priorities and beliefs. Yeah. I think there is also this aspect to people who are not career, but like lifelong conservatives. And there is a portion of those people who are so dyed in the wool, they will just vote conservative, and then they will argue that point. And then after the fact go, yeah, it was not a good president. I have a parent who did that with Bush. I was like, yeah, I was on them. I was like, bro, this guy is the worst president we've ever had. No, he's actually doing a great job. And then 2 years later, it was like, they say, I'm convinced that Chad sucks at this. Obviously a good guy, but I don't think he's effective at convincing her. He doesn't hold her accountable. He moves at a blazing fast speed. I think the problem, and I don't want to be like hypercritical of the show. I commend them for doing what they're doing. I think Chad is a very laser-like focused individual and wants to stick to a itinerary. And a show like this should not have an itinerary. Honestly, should not stop at an hour either, because I think there is a point in time like where certain things are being said, and then it goes, moving on. Like, I mean, I made a video about it. Like, literally, that. No. You can be hyper. Look, I'm not going to be hypercritical. I will be very honest with you. I try to be moderate when I come to this, because I'll be honest with you. There is a little bit of me biting the hand that feeds when I'm going, yeah, Chad is terrible at this. But I understand where people are coming from when they're like, bullshit, you know, this guy's not doing great. You're right though. You're very right in that. And I think what I have been saying kind of feeds into that kind of idea too, that I do believe on some level that Chad is maybe not built for this. Don't be moderate, be communist. There you go. You got the tism. Do you think so? I don't know. Chad doesn't come off as being tism guy. I think he's OCD guy. And as someone who's OCD themselves, I see certain things, and it's probably trauma related OCD. But I will say this: I think they need, like I said, they need a producer. They get to a moment where something's about to break, and Chad laughs to clear the tension and says, "Moving on." Also, I'm gonna. Oh God, this might be a bad take. I don't like the simmer downs. I don't like it. I feel like they're there to like let's bring the temperature down, but the reality is like it's an escape mechanism, and it really shouldn't be there. Are you angling for the job of TNC producer, Joel? No. I'm gonna be honest with you. If I were to come onto that show in any capacity, it would probably be an editor. He said he has it, but probably not diagnosed. See, you can think you have it. Like I thought, I talked about this the other day. I thought I had some form of autism. Turns out I have ADHD and severe OCD and PTSD. Like I have technically complex PTSD, and so there's a lot of overlapping things that can push people into thinking they have autism. Summers down are so dumb. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Maybe I think I missed something. But no, if they were ever to do anything with me, I would probably come in it from an editor angle, and maybe research angle, because I think sometimes my personal opinion, they need a outside resource to fact check on the fly. Whereas the anxiety disorder, it's the OCD related. PTSD for me is my anxiety stuff. I don't have I was never diagnosed with an anxiety disorder, but I have the complex PTSD to go with the OCD. But I highly recommend, if you feel like you might have, autism or anything related to that, go get checked out. Like if you can afford it, it can be expensive depending on where you're at in the world. I know for me to get all the testing done, $500, and it was peace of mind. I've been living with a false diagnoses of bipolar 2 forever. I can't believe Chad. Oh, simmer down. Okay, yeah, simmer downs are so dumb. I was like, summer downs, like what? Yeah. So, okay, I can't believe Chad commented on live fact checking. He said it's boring. No, I mean, I think if you can stop someone in their tracks and provide evidence, it is a powerful way to counteract some of the whataboutisms and things like that. Because when you can confront someone with absolute proof, they have to stop and go, shit, okay, I'm wrong. Like the Big Mike shit, like that's an easy Google search, I'm like, bruh, like I said, Chad is too focused on the show and not the necessary conversation. And I think that's where, and I'll be very honest with you, I think that's why there is a group of people who think the show is a bit. He said, how would it technically be done? You have a producer on staff, and you literally have someone chime in. I hate to bring up Joe Rogan because I fucking hate Joe Rogan. I think he's the worst. He's one of the worst people in the fucking free world at the moment. But you have someone like a Jamie who goes, "Hey, just a heads up. Here's some information. Here's the video." And you watch it, and then you do that. That's why I don't think the itinerary or planning aspect of the show works. You can have a topic, but maybe you stick to one or two topics, and you don't have this hard limit of an hour. And I know it's we're busy. I've been exposed to the back end of how YouTube works. There is a lot of resources flowing into their back pockets that if it was me, I'd be like, I should take some of those resources and probably figure out a way to make this actually, and like pushing the conversation forward, and B, how can we make this bigger and better? That's where my brain would go. I've watched the lives. I see it. Let's get a Jamie the fact checker a reduced sentence for murder trial. The thing is, I honest to God, anytime I see Jamie brought up, I feel like there is a hostage situation, like a Stockholm syndrome style sort of situation happening there. But I digress. I could go down a rabbit hole with that. I just feel like Jamie's smarter than Joe in like times 10. It should be 1 to 3. Yeah. It should just be, yeah, I think, 1 to 3. I honestly think 1 to 2. Wait. Jamie is Oregon Vance? Wait.
Tell them and let them down, and
what?
That elected officials had failed to represent most Americans except the wealthy and the powerful.
Mom, you're hearing all this stuff?
Oh, it was Rogan's Vance. Okay.
No, I'm sorry. I can't take it off. It's somebody at our
I was like, Oregon. I was like, what? Huh?
front door. I'm sorry.
I'm pulling a chat right now where it's all like I can't read between the lines.
Okay. It's fine. You're hearing all this that Rich is saying. Does any of this ring true for you when you were first getting into MAGA?
I liked him coming down the escalator. I liked
She likes the opulence. That is the deal with her. She likes the glitz and glam of the whole thing. Autocorrect doesn't like Rogan. I'm glad it doesn't. And no matter the number of topics, the conversation will shift with every whataboutism. And so that's the thing, though. You have a fact checker to stop them in their tracks and provide evidence to disprove that. I'm not a fan of the ditties. Sometimes they take up to 10 to 15 minutes. I also think they're indulgent and sometimes possibly a little offensive. I mean, the fucking singing, oh God, the singing shit. I'm like, guys, I'm going to say this. There's only one person in that whole entire family that can sing. And that's Haley. Oof. Yeah, Diddy's getting released early. Jesus. What's y'all's thoughts on the topics overall? Talking about fraud is not going to move the needle, so they should stick to Epstein and healthcare. So, Turbo, I'm going to say this. I've been harping on that quite a bit when we've been doing the kind of like recaps of the show. I think they play into the leftist machine quite a bit, and they play things like Trump. Trump shit himself today, or Trump farted, and I'm like, that stuff does not mean anything to her at all. The stuff that is going to mean stuff to her are things that directly, make her question her surroundings and her belief system. And that is, yes, Epstein. That is focusing on animals and animal abuse, focusing on children being locked up, focusing on people basically not being able to support themselves. I think if you feed into the child angle on all of that stuff, and you talk about WIC and all that shit, that's the stuff that they should be focusing on, because I think there's a lot of stuff that is like, see, look how silly he is, or see, look how stupid he is. And that does not work on her. She's Teflon when it comes to that shit. What happens to the show if ML denounces Trump? I've said it. I think the show will live on for about like a month and a half, and then people are like, I'm done. I just think it's that. I just think, and I think that's why the conspiracy theory about the show floats around. I don't personally believe it, that this is all a bit or anything like that, but I think the show falls apart at that point. ML becomes the white liberal that MLK warned of. That is a reality TV show guy. Yeah, I mean, that is true too. And that's the angle that people feed into. They're like, he knows how to write for this type of stuff. He coaches people on this type of thing. And that, look, we're all conspiracy minded. I'm conspiracy minded. I just don't know if Mary Lou is that good of an actress. Just gonna be honest with you. I don't think she's that good. of an actress. There's just some shit that comes out of her mouth that I'm like, where did you fucking pull that out from? Like, this is not method acting. She believes this shit. She's. I mean, hell, they didn't even put her in the scene that was they filmed for Chad's movie that they that was based on his book. They didn't put her in there. I do enjoy the small civil war in the community. Sometimes I think Chad is grifting. Sometimes I don't think he is. I just don't. I think there is a level, and I think with like the lives, sometimes it does feel very lopsided. Like the only way they're going to talk to you or answer a question is if you pay them. It kind of feels very I don't know. It doesn't feel close, and also to hear him say like I don't read the YouTube comments and things like that. I read every single YouTube comment that comes my way, and I understand that there would be a certain point, if I was as big as them, that I would have to be like I can't do that. But at the same time, you want to be dialed into what people feel and think about the show, and not do it through a money barrier. That's why I don't, like I don't run ads on the actual stream itself. I don't care to do that. I think it drives people away. But, like I'm never going to force someone to be like, yeah, if you want to talk to me or, pay me $3 to $15, $20 to get your point across. There's literally a secret society of politicians and billionaires. Conspiracy-minded seems sound-minded. At the moment, it does, and I agree with you. I just think with this show, I tend to go, I don't know if they're that. The thing that makes me feel like it's not a grift is that they've been doing this forever, and now are just being seen. Like you couldn't keep that up for that long if it was if it was like an actual like fake thing. I don't think she's too. Also, the energy of the show is shifting. If it was really contrived, it wouldn't shift like that. Probably no, it probably wouldn't. Emil isn't acting; she's genuinely nutty. Yes, she is. Yeah, I feel like the show is getting old now. Even the ground news thing took forever because they wanted it free. Yeah. I mean, I'll be transparent. Someone paid me to do an edit of the ground news thing. I was like, fuck it, yeah, I'll do it. I mean, it is funny, but if someone's gonna pay me to do it, I'll do it. I don't mind. And that's probably, I mean, it was cute. I don't think it's my best video, but it was one of those things that I think some people point to me and go, I think you might have like pushed this forward. I think it could have gone on for a very long time if if he wasn't just getting hammered all the fucking time about it. And I think the video probably helped with that too. Hell yeah, that means you're a professional. I tell that to myself about art. I've sold art. That means I'm a professional artist, and it's like, yeah. I wish I was a more prolific and made more money doing art, but it is what it is.
Appeal of we're going to make a change. It's going to be great again. America's going to be great again. I mean, some of the stuff he said, yes, I hear.
Yeah, not correcting her like Mike Obama. That's the stuff that I got thoroughly pissed off about, was her absolute just dialed in sort of like, and Obama's a man. It's like, it's this fucking bullshit talking point that the right keeps doing. And I mean, it happened literally during UFC. That's the stuff that I'm like, that is the shit that we have to work out of the out of like society. Is this? Let me just spout a bunch of bullshit. Like, I really wish Michelle Obama would just start suing people for defamation. It's just factual. You're a professional artist and professional video editor. I'm a professional jeweler and fishmonger. Hell yeah. You know what? Hell yeah.
Hear what he's saying, but I still have my own beliefs.
Sure.
What I wanted to ask you, you said you did support him until it was not. What were the nots that pushed you away?
Fantastic question, by the way. Mary Lou. Cool. I give her points here.
Is there like a couple big ones in your mind?
No problem with you making money. My issue with TNC is that if Chad wanted her to understand the news is slanted, pay the $40. I mean, look, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to look at. Like, I don't want to speculate on what was going on there. It could genuinely be like he's forgetting about it, but wanting it for free feels weird if that was like truly the case. He's worried about getting new things into her head instead of working with what's already there. Yeah, I think that's the thing, though. When you break it all down, it is that it's the how do you fix the things that are so deeply rooted in her head. And like I said, I don't think adding more like look how stupid Trump is or look what he's doing. She can essentially talk herself out of believing anything. That is my stance with Mary Lou. She can just talk herself out of it. And that is her MO. The question is how do you walk back that brainwash? And I think it is focusing on things that service her, like hit her core belief system, and you have to do it in a nice way, and you have to do it in an understanding way. I thought the breaking points with Crystal and Sager was a better option than Ground News because it's in video form and kind of offers both sides. Amanda, I don't know if when I found out exactly what like Ground News was, and it was just an aggregate, and it too can be influenced by outside influences as well. It is then okay, can I trust this as a platform? And my thing is like, I don't. I'm gonna try and personally for me, I'm not gonna use something like that. For Mary Lou, I don't know if it will help her because I think it also gives her a guide, like a signpost, being like, hey, if you want to read stuff that just feeds your narrative, go here. It just does. The stage ML knows the whole show is trying to convince her, and she loves the attention. Not really a criticism. I actually agree with that too. I think she enjoys it. The last episode where she talked about getting stopped and essentially being, asked for a photo. She was like giddy about it. She's like, oh my God, at the quote unquote hardware store with orange vests. It was brought up on the lives a few times. ML mentioned that you have to pay for Ground News, and Chad said he'd work on it. Yeah, which I think you can read between the lines there, I guess. But I don't know. I just want to believe in the, especially with people who are trying to do something. What I think is a overall a good thing because it starts a conversation with people who in your life who may be of Mary Lou's kind, but yeah. I don't know how much she really loves the attention. She didn't want to wear that hat in public when she found out that would make her more recognizable. She's in a position of power, basically. She definitely loves it. I think she lays it on kind of thick when she's like, oh, I don't want to be stopped and seen. I'm getting scared about certain things. Something changed, I think, over the last couple of months, and there was some stuff that was coming up with her talking about like all the fans reaching out to her saying that they miss Bob and they hope he gets better, which I thought was kind of sweet. But then I think it kind of turned into a thing of like it made me feel so good, and it was like, well, people are just trying to make sure that like they have basic human decency and they want Bob to be better. I even said it, because I don't want someone to be in the I guess the end of their life at the end of their life, and it's sad to see it. Mr. Logan hit it on the head. He has a small pop off when he said MAGA knew that they were wrong. That's why she didn't want to wear the hat. Yeah, I don't know when she was dealing with Bob in the hospital. She was using Ground News and was also changing her algorithm too because she was mentioning things she had seen that was left leaning. Yeah, that's the other thing too. I think when you have something, and this is going down a rabbit hole about data sharing and data farming and basically Google and platforms that collect data. They see what you download, they see what you're doing, and all of a sudden they go, "Oh, this person is politically minded. They want stuff that might be more center or center left. They've been watching a lot of right wing content. Let's go ahead and serve up some of that stuff. We're not going to push you too far out of that circle, but we're going to show it to you." I don't think it really made too much of a difference so far. But I remember it's early. No, you're good.
Line that you didn't like?
Well, I like to paraphrase the late Ernest Hemingway in saying that my epiphany happened gradually and then suddenly all at once. And there were several reasons that led me to eventually leave MAGA. The first accelerant.
The phone. I thought she turned it off.
And for leaving was actually not Donald Trump. It was my governor, Ron DeSantis, who in the summer of 2021 platformed COVID anti-vaxxers at a press conference that he held. And this was at a time when the Delta surge was ravaging the country. Kids were befalling ill with the virus. Children were dying from the virus. And as someone with two small children who's not an anti-vax person, DeSantis's actions really shocked and confused me. I didn't understand why he was.
If I've seen any stuff, I actually pulled up one video and I was working on something else, but I was kind of listening to it. And I'll be honest with you, because of his cadence, it turns into background noise for me. So I didn't really pick up on what he was laying down. I'm not gonna lie. I just, I tried to watch it and I was like, he's gonna be on tomorrow's episode. I'll check it out. I'll listen to him then. I'll just, you sort cards and you're doing shit and you're like, eh. That's why you speed
doing that because he had been a proponent of the vaccine up until that point. And after that happened, I did something that sounds very, very simple, but was profoundly life-altering and changing for me, which was I diversified my news and information sources. And after I did that, I went back and re-examined January 6th. I did not support originally what happened that day, but I thought that it had been hyperbolized into a bigger deal than it really was.
This is a hot button issue for all of them.
I knew of groups like the Proud Boys and QAnon, but I didn't think that they had any actual influence. But after I expanded my news and info sources and after I widened my information aperture a little bit, what I came to realize very liberatingly but painfully is that a lot of
yeah, you can't make her think at all. Yeah, you can lead ML to water, but you can't make her think. True.
What happened on January 6th, Trump allowed to happen, and that there was an attempt on his part and that he had culpability and was complicit in trying to overturn a free and fair election.
I think this is where she's like squirming in her seat right now. I think this is where you're losing her.
And so after this diversification of my news and information sources, I spent the next year struggling with my doubts and had a lot of personal tumult and turmoil as I came to realize that so much of what I believed turned out to be false. I had believed that there was, as I call them in my memoir that I wrote this year, I call them a they. And the they were mostly Democrats, liberals, progressives, anti-Trump Republicans who were trying to abridge my rights and trying to indoctrinate my children. A they who were trying to take my guns or trying to turn America into a communist or socialist country. That there was a they trying to replace white people with brown people and foreigners. That
there's so much harm done there, and I'm glad he actively knows that, and he's actively working on it. But man, the level of guilt I would feel would send me into a fucking like hole. Now, and look, kudos to him, but man, ooh,
there was a they trying to persecute Christians, trying to secularize America. These were beliefs that I sincerely held, and I knew others who also held them. So I struggled with a lot of late nights with just my thoughts and I having to grapple with the fact that I had been lied to, that I had believed those lies, and perhaps worst of all, I had created an entire persona buttressed by those lies, by the fact that I had trafficked in some abhorrent and reprehensible language that I had used about Democrats, where I called them worse than Nazis and malignant and domestic terrorists. This was some of the kinds of rhetoric that I deployed when I was this aspiring MAGA pundit. So,
okay. Yeah, real quick. Haley and Chad are doing a great job of communicating to ML that they really believe she's in a cult. It's viscerally felt. Yes. So that is the one, like, the massive consistent thing they've been on. I don't know. I need to do more research on, like, pulling people out of cults, but, in the back of my head, I kind of go down a rabbit hole being like, is that really a good way of pulling someone out of a cult by telling them they're in a cult? I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know the I guess not the science, but I guess the method of doing that, He was very put off by his description of MAGA as an addiction. Yeah, and I can see that in her face. So I was actually pausing, be like, so for me, I haven't seen this yet. How is she going to react to this? A, is she just going to nod and go, okay? B, is she going to be like, well, I don't believe that? Or C, is she going to change the subject or do a whataboutism?
So I dealt with that for an entire year. And the final straw for me, which was the day that I quietly left MAGA, was May 24th, 2022, which was the day of the Uvalde, Texas school shooting. And even though Trump was not in office, I knew exactly how he and the Republican Party were going to respond. And they did as I had anticipated, which was to call for more guns and more access to guns. And I'm somebody who owns a firearm. I have a concealed carry permit. I'm a believer in the Second Amendment. I'm not an anti-Second Amendment person. But it was one mass shooting too many for me after having witnessed one after another. And it was that day of Uvalde that I quietly left MAGA. But there was something that was really gnawing at me for doing it privately, because I had always been so unapologetically public in my support for Trump that on August 30th, 2022, I wrote a mea culpa. And I said in this article that I published that I was sorry for supporting Trump, that I wanted to apologize to anyone I may have hurt with my words, deeds, and rhetoric. And the God's honest truth is that I never thought anybody would care.
I think I remember this situation because it became a news thing. Like, people are like, "Look, this guy's leaving MAGA." Okay, I think I remember all of this stuff.
I wrote it thinking I would just close that chapter of my life, but it turned out that people did care, and I received one message after another from friends and relatives of those still in the thrall of MAGA asking me how they could better navigate and resurrect some of the relationships with their MAGA identified friends and close ones, relationships they thought were hopeless and were lost forever. And I had to come to this conclusion, which, as hard as it was for me to come to it, I knew that it was the right decision to make, to leave publicly, that I had to come to a realization that I had helped the president divide the country, and that I was culpable and complicit in helping him amplify conspiracy theories that resulted in unnecessary death, trauma, and suffering. And one point that
Okay, he gives a similar speech on other platforms. Yeah. So the thing is, this is the only thing I will really ding him on, is this might be a little too long-winded for her to completely take all that information in. I thought Rich should have asked her questions to gather information instead of telling his story, because she couldn't relate at all. And I think that is what I'm kind of picking up here, is that this is a noble thing that he's doing, don't get me wrong. But for someone like Mary Lou, there has to be a back and forth. I think that's why, I keep going back to Peppermint anytime I talk about, like, yes, that really worked out. Peppermint asked questions, and Peppermint then responded to Mary Lou's questions and gave insight into her. Basically, Peppermint drew Mary Lou in. And I think this type of thing where it's here's my story. I understand what he's trying to do. He's like, hey, look, I'm like you. I've been in this situation. But someone like Mary Lou, I think you have to, like, almost stroke her ego a bit to reach her.
I will make about leaving MAGA, and I'm going to say this with some presumptuousness, so if everyone will indulge me, I think most people in MAGA deep down know that their support of Trump is wrong. But I think that one of the reasons
that right there, I think, is where you lost
that it makes it so hard to walk away and to admit the error of one ways is that
angry
we,
here.
as I was, and so many.
This is a lecture, like a lecture to ML. Yeah, right there, you can see it. Her. Look at her face right there. Hey, what's up, son? How are you doing? She does know it's wrong, but you can see the anger. You can see the anger in her face right now. She didn't like this. We're both secret communists. Hate ourselves for it. Join the dark side. Man, they keep pushing that whole Hassan is a communist, and you like Hassan, right? Can't identify with it at all.
People in MAGA are now so
right,
deeply invested in the community.
Real quick, I'm going to fix the chat because we do have some folks on YouTube chat, and we've got some folks over in Twitch, and it's not currently populating the YouTube stuff.
I don't think MAGA is a cult. I think it is best understood as a community where people have feelings of gathering and belonging, where there's a shared purpose, and there's also a common identified enemy. And I think that people are afraid to admit when they are mistaken because it is not a natural act for our species to apologize, especially publicly. And I think that people in MAGA who are having doubts right now, who have quietly left, I believe for good and understandable reasons, they are afraid to come forward and admit a mistake because they're afraid of being judged, shamed, and ostracized.
Yeah.
And I would encourage everyone out there who's seeing this, who have MAGA friends and relatives, don't give up on them, because I believe most people in MAGA deep down are good people who have been led astray. I think that MAGA media and influencers, Mary Lou, I believe that they have exploited and manipulated followers' very understandable fears and concerns. And it was after I started to realize that I could either live in denial or I could listen to my doubts and my conscience, and I chose the latter.
All right, there's a lot to unpack there. Let's go back to the very beginning.
I want to say this. I think it's interesting that essentially what you said is the catalyst for all of this was your children. And so it was being a parent during COVID that kind of catapulted you into politics, because I have the same experience. It wasn't until Sandy Hook that I really kind of thought, fuck, this isn't right. That was a key moment for me in really the trajectory of like me getting into politics, and kind of everything revolved around this. So I just thought it was interesting that it was the same for you. It was always about my kids in the beginning. It's what threw me into it.
And now we sit here as the children of our own mom, trying to get her out of the MAGA, as you put it, Rich, thrall.
I want to go back to the COVID. I don't understand how that made you so upset. No one knew how to navigate COVID. Other governments in other countries didn't know how to navigate that. We were lied to by Fauci, I do believe.
Mom, if I may, the
Yes, you
first
may.
point Rich made in what he was saying was the thing that really gave him the sense of community and wanting to be in MAGA was that MAGA was always presenting this other adversary, whether that is progressives, Democrats, people of different races, whoever the boogeyman was. MAGA is very good in its messaging about always putting one in front of you. Right now it's Iran or trans people. I mean, there's always a bunch of them. But what Rich was saying is like that idea.
All right, hold on here. Maybe it's because I just heard him so many times. Yeah, I think he's also too milquetoast. Remember, we got him sped up. Yeah, I think that also too is he's kind of drones a little bit. 90% of conservatives' ideal world is literally a commune. I'll live on my own land and grow what I need. If I need something, I'll ask a neighbor. They essentially want the idealized version of, I want my plot of land and I want you to leave me the fuck alone. But the reality is they also care way too much about what everyone else wants to do with their own lives that they can't help themselves but get in the middle of it. Dang, Chad not letting him answer is not helping. Yeah, it's not good. Because 40 years of socialism is bad rotted. It's bad rotted their brain, but they are not scared enough to look up meanings of words. Mary Lou doesn't hate the ideas at all. She hates the words, the labels. Yeah, she has been taught that communism, socialism, they're the same thing. They're bad, and they're really not. I think a lesson on what those words actually mean, and even showing how socialism is currently being used, and it's being used to help push a essentially it's used to help out the rich. I had someone in one of my comments once be like, what are you fucking talking about? So socialist does not benefit the rich. They're not using it. And I'm like, they get bailed out of fucking everything under the sun. Just a little hiccup here and there. They're like, bail me out, buddy. Look at the bank, banks got bailed out during the fucking housing crisis that we had. It's bullshit. Yeah, a nice idea for a Wednesday episode. Let's learn about words. Yeah, 100%. 100% agree with that. I think it would be great. Let's go down the rabbit hole. Also, I think her learning, also feeding into her belief that Israel is bad, and doing a whole entire session on, hey, let's learn about how Israel has affected Gaza, would also help radicalize her a little bit as well. Have the necessary conversation. Chad needs to stop the show and explain that, in my opinion. Like maybe a housekeeping episode. Yeah, I think that'd be great. I personally would love something like that. I would watch something like that, and I would commend them for doing something like that, because it's a necessary evil at the moment.
Idea is wrong. It's manufactured specifically to keep you as an adherent to the MAGA movement.
So you don't think COVID was
the
real,
ruling class
Chad?
are the real? Well, they are.
Yes, obviously COVID was real. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, like, you and Dad, for the duration of this podcast, have always been very aggressively against whoever the MAGA enemy du jour is.
Yeah.
Whether it's China, Iran, it can be different countries, obviously. It can be liberals, it can be Antifa, whatever that is. Now they're arresting people who are just like protesters saying you're Antifa, so you go to jail. That's happening now in Minnesota. So I'm just wondering for you, Mom, if hearing Rich talk about that like unlocks anything, because that was your guys' reference to this too. Is who is my enemy? In the beginning, it's Obama, obviously, and we understand why you perceive him as an enemy. But throughout the course of your tenure in MAGA, you've always had an enemy. Whoever Trump says is that enemy, you hate them. You openly talk about it. You call them names, et cetera, et cetera. And Rich is sitting here telling you that's how they got him in the first place.
Right. I understand what you're saying. I do believe also it is our sources. Where do we get our information from? We've talked about this before.
Yeah, Chad calling me out.
Yeah,
you're getting yours from Trump and Newsmax.
Well, yes, I've started Ground News. I do like Ground News. I read a lot on X. I do read a lot on
X
AP.
X is Trump's media.
I like AP. And I also, Chad laughs at me. Haley does too. I like to view things on Instagram, ChatGPT. They laugh at me for that.
But like what you're seeing on Instagram is based on Zuckerberg's algorithm. So he doesn't, I mean, whatever, Zuckerberg bends the knee and all that shit, all the big billionaires do who control these media companies. I don't actually think Zuckerberg gives a shit about who is the president or what political party is in power. All he cares about is, are you watching my platform every waking moment? Because that's how he makes money, through your attention, literally looking at the screen he's built. And so he's going to feed you shit that he knows you like. And that's it. All the algorithms are designed to do that. And so it's going to reinforce whatever beliefs you have about anything. It doesn't even have to be political. Whatever's in the algorithm is literally put there so that you keep watching it.
If you don't believe that, just experiment. Go like a couple of pages that are like super liberal, and it will continue to feed you more liberal media. You don't follow anything like that. You don't like or click on anything like that. But if you do, it will then.
That is a massive ask for her. Wow, I almost said a massive ass, but it is though. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how you communicate this concept to her. It almost feels like you need to have like a hands-on sort of session where you kind of show her this stuff. They've been taught to hate the ism, socialism, fascism. Remember, they called Biden a fascist. Activism. Yep. Oh, 100%. 100%. I think I got the chat. We're going to see.
And be fed to you.
Well, I think, Mary Lou, as an experiment as well, give yourself 30 days of not watching Fox and Newsmax and see if it at all changes perhaps some of your views.
I mean, what goes through my head when this is suggested is going to be, well, I didn't watch it for pretty much a month while while Bob was in the hospital.
And perspectives, because something that accurate information is liberating, and something that I came to conclude after leaving MAGA is that there has been a multi-decade coordinated effort by the right wing to demonize, dehumanize, and vilify Democrats, liberals, and progressives.
100%. Fox News has been doing it since the mid to late 90s. Rush Limbaugh for them. And God, CNN is at fault for all of this, by the way. The 24-hour news cycle is the reason we're at where we're at. If CNN didn't do it, someone else is going to come along and do it. So I guess you blame Ted Turner at this point. I don't know.
And that propaganda and agitprop is effective, it's consistent, and it's disciplined. When I was in MAGA, all I consumed was MAGA-friendly media. In fact, I even trademarked a term for media that was not MAGA, and I called it the Democrat Media Industrial Complex. That's what I thought at the time. That was, I actually...
She loved that. She loved that. She's like, yeah.
Went through the process of trademarking that, because I believed in an enemy media, that any media that was not MAGA, then it must have been enemy propaganda. And that's how I felt about people who were not in MAGA, that if you were not with us, you were against us, and that you were either 100% with us.
So, all right, I'm just going to jump in real quick and say 23 minutes in, and it feels very, very light on discussion. So that to me is kind of concerning a little bit.
Us, or you were 100% against us, and anyone who was opposed to us, I looked at them not as wrong and misguided, but as an existential threat to my life, to my family, to my livelihood, and to my country.
I want to ask you something, Rich, about, well, I'll just say this. I think this is where, Mom, this is where I perceive you to be right now on your journey to leaving MAGA. We have had, and
why do you say that? It's like
you're on it.
Think about this. Think about this.
I don't even know what to say other than like this is the almost a catchphrase at this point on the show.
Okay.
When Dad was first not doing well and in the hospital, you weren't watching news at all.
Right.
And that is when we began seeing a little bit of a shift in the way that you were responding to all of the things that we were saying on the podcast.
Right.
Okay.
You cut all that shit off. You weren't newsmaxing every day. And when you were coming together with us to do this podcast, you were kind of like, oh, I guess that's not right. I guess that's not okay. So it already is in motion. You just have to eliminate all of this garbage that you're being fed all day long.
Like, let me ask you this, Mom. Have you, and I don't even know if you'll answer this truthfully or not, but I'm curious, maybe you will. Have you had with yourself a kind of internal conversation that's like, what would it be like if I didn't support Trump? Have you ever asked yourself that question?
Not really.
Okay. I don't know if that's honest.
I mean, that should speak volume. She doesn't ask questions. She's extraordinarily sure of herself, which is crazy to be like, no, I don't know. There's nothing wrong with what I think.
Honest or not, but
well, I'm being honest.
Okay, maybe it is. That was a question I was going to ask you, Rich, is like, I think for a lot of people who are in this situation, like our parents or like our mom is, I don't think our dad's ever coming back, but from MAGA, I mean, I think there comes a point where, as you were saying, you've got all these questions now. You diversified how you're getting your information from different news sources, and it starts to open you up a little bit to the idea that maybe MAGA is a lie, maybe you have been hoodwinked, and what are you going to do with that new information? What was it like
she's having internal conversation with herself? I don't know. That is a valid question. I don't think she is. I don't think she has an internal monologue where she goes, what am I doing with my, what am I doing? Is the information I'm being told correct? This feels weird. Why are my children saying one thing and I'm getting told another thing? There's none of that stuff, because I don't think she's self-reflective. I don't think she has the ability to do that. I don't think it's possible for her. And it's kind of sad, and at the same time it makes sense. It just makes sense. That's critical thinking, right? I don't think she either gives really too much of a shit, or B, maybe she does not have the ability to think critically. I kind of lean kind of into the category of A and not really B. But I'm a little bit more kind of like with Mary Lou. It's like I don't know what I believe when it comes to her. I just don't think she's I don't think she really cares. I don't know. I just don't think she does.
I'm talking about psychologically, emotionally, when you came to that point where you had to make the decision, where you were asking yourself that question, what would it be like if I left MAGA? How did you like reconcile whatever? I'm sure the feelings that you were having about that must have been insane.
It was beyond frightening for me, because I knew that leaving would mean that I was going to walk away from my second family. And as embarrassed as I am to admit this, my second family oftentimes took precedence over my own blood family. And I spent time and money that in hindsight should have gone to my family and into my business. MAGA for me was an obsession. And I knew that if I were going to leave, it not only was leaving behind a second family, but I would have to also acknowledge that so much of what it was that I believed turned out to be a lie, falsehood, or conspiracy theory. Mm-hmm. And I would like to think that, I mean, I'm not the brightest or the dimmest bulb. I'm a college educated person. And I had virtually no curiosity when I was in MAGA, which is saying something considering that I used to be a newspaper reporter. But thankfully, the flame of my curiosity.
I want them to talk more about healthcare because of Bob. I think that'd actually be a good idea, but I get how it's exploitative given Bob's current situation. I give them a pass for such a sensitive topic, but again, a necessary conversation. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think enough time has passed where you could probably openly have that conversation. I think, by saying like, hey, we're trying to keep it private, I do commend them for that. I think though, with how public they are and have been, it might be, I don't know. This would be an episode where I'd be like, if you can try to get Hassan on, even though I don't think Hassan would do it right now. Hassan is like literally, from what I can tell, is actively doing a lot of different things at the moment. I know he was in New York just recently, but I don't think he would have the time to do it. But if you got someone on here who could probably shed some light on, socialism, and maybe even kind of go into how healthcare could, be better, that'd be a good idea. I think it needs to be talked about while the wound is still fresh. I think so too, because I think that also might be a sore point for her, and it might be something that would be like maybe a topic that you could, if you gently discussed it, might actually kind of help her with kind of seeing, I'm going to be honest with you, seeing what's actually happening in the world, and especially since it's directly affected her. I could see her, reaching a epiphany of some sort. I'm not gonna say she's gonna reach this massive, like realization that like, oh, my belief system is fucked, but it might help.
Curiosity had not fully extinguished itself, and it was what led me to start to ponder these questions of, why do I believe this, and is this belief true, and is such and such belief accurate? And it was a lot of personal turmoil for me to go through a process which I had been MAGA for years, and I had been addicted to the rage and the fear of being in MAGA. And that's something that MAGA media reinforces and affirms, is that people don't tend to watch MAGA media to be informed. They're doing it because it feeds into the rage, the addiction to the rage and fear. People don't watch Fox News to be informed. They're doing it because it's affirming for them the rage and fear. And I realized after leaving that when I was in MAGA, I was in these perpetual states of fear and rage and desperation and despair and panic and paranoia.
There we go.
And that's a really traumatic way to live. And this militant mindset of thinking that everybody who was not with me were my enemies was a really traumatic way of living. It's why I lost contact with longtime friends of mine, because they had been blue Democratic voters. And I went back to them after I left MAGA and I said to them, I'm sorry that I spoke about you in these terms the way that I did. And all of them accepted my apology. And one in particular said to me, Rich, I always knew you'd come back. And I said,
That's great. I'm glad there are people in his life who were accepting of the situation. I just don't know in some of these communities if they would be capable of making that type of change, because I think a lot of the people around them are also conservative. So it's difficult to reach people who do not have family, friends who might be liberal. It's very difficult. But I'm glad he had that in his life. I just don't know if that's I don't know if that's a reality. I don't know.
I say that because for those who are seeing this who have friends and relatives in MAGA, just as you guys do on this show all the time, we cannot give up on our MAGA friends and loved ones, because I believe that most people in MAGA have a red line. There will come a point where there will be one lie or one betrayal too many, and it will cause someone in MAGA to start to question their beliefs and to have doubts. And anyone who's seeing this who is in MAGA, who's having doubts, I want them to know that they are not alone and that our organization, Leaving MAGA, is an organization where they can find the support and the services and the safe space they need to go through this really difficult process of leaving.
Mom, you're hearing all this. I have to imagine some of it is hitting home with you. There's a lot of things that Rich is talking about in terms of why he got into MAGA that applies to you one for one. He's now talking about the red line. You have yourself on the show given us a couple of red lines. Using a nuclear weapon in Iran, pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell, some kind of credible information coming out in the Epstein files about something Trump did. Those are all things that you have stated on this show would be red lines. Prior to that, though, we've been inching up, through the years of all these other things, even starting a war with Iran. You thought he would never do that because he ran on that. So that is now an open lie. Obviously, we're in week 16, I think, of that war.
But Friday, they're going to sign the agreement.
To go back to the way things were before the war.
The Strait will be open. There'll be a 60-day negotiation.
Yeah, okay. So this here is where I would say, hey, a producer might be able to help, or a active fact checker could help in maybe kind of curbing the actual conversation, maybe even in moving it into a conversation of like, okay, well, let's talk about how this was before and how this was after. Your video where you make a list of ML's red lines is a great video, by the way. Yeah, I wish, I got a little bit of I got some criticism, oh, you forgot this, you forgot that. And I'm like, it's a starting point. That video was just a starting point, and it was for them to have a, I'm a little bit, I guess, I'll just say it. I was a little bit miffed. It was one of those things where it was like, hey, I'm doing the one thing that would benefit Mary Lou is having a video where you can actively point out the things that she doesn't like. And it was all right. I think I even sent it to him because I was like, here you go, if you ever want to use this. I don't think it was even acknowledged. I have this sneaking suspicion that I am a thorn in their side. That's kind of the reason why too, on top of me being kind of bored with the content, but part of the reason why I kind of paused a little bit on making content about the show. But yeah, I don't know. For some reason, that's the one video that I have a sore spot about, and I don't really understand it. But I think maybe it's just like I said, because it was here you go. This is the stuff that you've been asking for and you've been talking about doing. I did it for you. Here you go. MAGA isn't the only mainstream source of hate. Bro culture is another that celebrates belittling others. Yeah, I mean the looks maxers are full of fucking cringe and meanness and just awfulness. It's the incel community. It's the incel community, and the way that the ultra far right kind of feeds off of that sort of insecurity. When the reality is that these dudes just need to be seen, or talked to, or get some help. not be told like, hey, your problem is actually the woman's problem and not your problem. No, the problem is probably because you lack, social skills. You lack the ability to talk to others. Let's figure out how to help those people. Let's get them help. Let's get them a community, not a community online, but a community in person and a community of caring, kind people. These influencer bros are literally the fucking dudes to get people hooked on steroids at like 14, 15. They're fucking the scum of the earth.
Yeah, we'll see.
Ceasefire. So see, I still support Trump because there are issues that I do agree with him on. There are issues that I don't. But right now, the ones that I agree with him on, I like. I like he closed our border.
He didn't? Like, that's the shit. It's doubtful that ML is okay with your videos. Oh, I'll be very frank with you. There is a video that I actively made poking fun at that because to me, she says, stuff like, I can take a joke. We even have that guy, that Joel guy. And I'm like, oh, okay. I'll fucking poke back. If we only had a system that focuses on community, maybe we could call it communityism. There you go. Sounds very similar to another one, right?
I like that we
Another
have more
ism.
Reinforcement at that border because that was a big deal that scared me.
But that's what Rich is talking about, that cycle of fear and rage. So it's like they scare you by saying, oh, there's 2 million psychopaths.
I wonder what ML thinks about the wall that was never finished. She would probably say that is a lie, and he's done wonders, and the wall is very much finished, and the spots that weren't done were needed to be opened because we need to let the wall breathe, and if the wall breathes, then the wind, the exhale from the wall breathing prevents migrants from coming over, and then on top of that, we have another layer of protection. We have people guarding those holes, so when the wall inhales, they can't get through, so they get rained down with bullets if they try to cross. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. That's what she would say is actually, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. Like, I think, I look at Mary Lou and I think of a child. Like, I just think she just actively has no care in the world. She does not care about anyone else, the plights of others. And she has faux outrage when it comes to things. And she doesn't want to do research. She doesn't care. She just doesn't care.
That's coming through the southern border, and then they give you the rage by showing you a video of somebody or putting out, like, I know all the time in social media you're talking about like this guy got into a car crash on the highway because he can't even read English. So that's the rage. They give you the fear that these immigrants are coming.
Yeah, you don't come in those areas. Like, oh, ma'am, please. Honestly, I'll be very frank and honest. I think no one wants to just come into the United States at this point. I mean, you look at what is happening here, and you're like, I think I'll just go elsewhere.
And then
I need to research that. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Made a video about that. I need to research that.
Right here in Oklahoma City.
But what you're not seeing, I guess, is that there's a lot of concentration camps in Texas. Some of them are exclusively children. You know that they've captured like 5.
Shakes her head. No, that's her defense. No. Have you seen her house? She sees herself as part of the upper crust. If gas is $50 a gallon, she'd be perfectly fine. Yeah. They don't care. See, that's the thing. There is a certain level of wealth where you just don't care about anything monetarily, and she's in that realm. Even though she oddly was concerned about having to pay for Bob, stay in the actual rehab center. She has thousands of excuses for this administration. Yeah, I mean, she's been fed those excuses for decades. I mean, Fox News and Newsmax have primed her for that. Her house seems small to me. I actively refuse to look her up and look at where they live. I just don't even. It is a thing for me where I'm like, you know what? I can keep that. I can keep that just inside. Like, I don't I don't know. It's the it's the curiosity for me. Like, I know I would go down a rabbit hole. I just don't want to do it.
500 kids here in Texas.
No,
babies in these concentration camps. How is that making the United States safer? Are they really doing their jobs?
And we also
they did a house tour kind of on a short. Yeah, I saw an old video where they were going through the house and like his dad's area. I avoided watching the horse video they uploaded because I was like, I didn't see how this was informative. But the inside of it, the rooms I have seen. I mean, through editing and just kind of like, I have an idea of how big their house is. But yeah, I mean, I'm curious now. Okay, now my mind is now going like, well, what if I just looked it up and looked at the square footage?
So found the other ones that came over that nobody knew where those poor children were, and we did find some of those.
Okay. What does that have to do with what Haley's saying? You deflect kind of constantly. Whenever Haley or I bring up a point, you always deflect to like, what about Biden, or what about this, what about that? Let me ask you this.
Keep going with that. I would have been like, okay, answer the question though. That's what we want to get down to the bottom of, is answer it. Tell me.
Rich, I assume you get messages all the time from people who are thinking about leaving, or they have a friend or whatever, people who are like teetering on the fence. Is there something that you've found to be like an effective tool for somebody who's at that state to get them over the fence?
So we like to say that we provide a warm line for people who are having doubts. We have a nationwide billboard campaign where we have billboards all across the country right now. And the messaging of the billboards is very simple. It's having doubts, you're not alone. And anyone who reaches out to us, I personally follow up with each of them to see about if they want to take the next step, because the initial step is one of the hard parts. It's the first step of saying, I'm in MAGA, I feel alone, I'm afraid, I don't support this anymore. We have more people than ever who are in MAGA reaching out to us, inquiring with us for help and for support. And the reason that I think that's...
This is just a thought. I wonder if he has any sort of statistics on like the number of people coming to them, because I would love to know those numbers. I would like to know how much of the population and where this is actually, stemming from. Like, where are these people coming from? And how many people are asking for help and ways to get out of these situations? That's the stuff I want to know, because it would help color and maybe paint a picture for me. Because sometimes I feel like I hear this stuff, and I hear it a lot in liberal media where it's like, it's changing, it's changing, it's changing. And then it doesn't feel like it's changing. I feel like it always kind of stays the same. Like we get told these numbers like, oh yeah, Trump's approval rating is 33%. And then he wins primaries with like people he endorses. So to me, it's a concern. She's not having doubts. No, she's not. That's the thing. That's why she's looking up at the ceiling.
That's the case, is because I believe that there are more people than ever who are in MAGA who have quietly left. There are more than ever who are in MAGA who are privately having doubts. And we started our organization as a community for people to come to, because when I left MAGA, I consider myself very fortunate. I had nowhere to go. I left MAGA and I was at a crossroads. I had alienated my friends. I left behind a second family. I walked away from something that had defined my identity, my being, and my personhood. But I knew it was still the right thing to do to leave, but I had nowhere to go after leaving. That's when I started to eventually have an aha moment. And I thought, if we're going to ask people to leave, we need to give them an off-ramp. We need to give them a new destination. And that's the logic behind how we formed our community. And I think that everybody needs a community of some sort. It's not a want, it's a need.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, I think community is important, especially to people who are in need of community. And I think this stuff is great. Like, it's really good to communicate this stuff. I just don't know if Mary Lou is exactly looking for community. And so I don't know if this is a message that would reach her. I don't know.
And I imagine, Mary Lou, and again, I don't want to speak for you, but I imagine that some of the communal aspects of MAGA, for understandable reasons, are probably appealing to you. They were to me. And I would, a question that I would ask is, and if you don't want to answer this, that's fine, but I do want to ask is if, and it's a question I've asked other people who are in MAGA, and I've asked them, do you think that I am your enemy? And a lot of times people in MAGA have not answered that question. And the reason I don't think they've answered it is because somewhere deep down, they are having doubts about their support for the president. I've had some people in MAGA say, yes, I think you're the enemy. You're a Democrat. You're, Democrat, KKK. I've gotten that. But I don't think you as a MAGA person, I don't see you as my enemy. I see you as a fellow human being. And when I left MAGA, just as everybody else who did, we become what I like to say, a born again human being. And when you leave MAGA, you reclaim your individuality, your agency, and your empathy.
No, I don't see you as an enemy.
ML would be a waitress on Epstein. Jesus. A masseuse. There you go. Yeah, I don't know. We're more than halfway through, and is it wrong for me to feel like this is like a Nothing Burger episode? Like I was hoping like a guest would be like good. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. It's Emil has her MAGA, yeah, she has her MAGA friends like Jules, so I really think that she's, yeah, I don't think she feels like she needs community or needs to be seen. I didn't see that. Yeah, she would be the person on the island being like, I don't know, I didn't see that. Yeah, that she's, yeah. I don't know. I think she is very comfortable with the people she interacts with, and she's got an echo chamber. Jules is the most passive person I think I've ever fucking seen. I've never seen someone just be like, never heard of it. I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't sound great, but he's my president. That type of level of nonchalant sort of ignorance. It's like, Chad did a poor job with his guest. He should have been trying to get them to openly talk to each other and taking more of a sideline position. Yeah. I don't think ML sees herself as extreme as Rich. Yeah, I mean, she said as much. She's like, I'm not MAGA. She's said it multiple times. I'm not MAGA. And the thing is, what's fascinating is that there is an aspect of her that truly deep down inside believes, no, I could leave anytime I wanted to. I could do it. Will she? No, I don't think she would. And there's even a part of me that feels like even if Bob passed away, this would be a very, very, very difficult thing for her to do, and even admit that maybe she was wrong. It's going to take a long time for her to do that. And it's going to take Trump being out of office or has been dead for a bit. Yeah, I can't see her with liberals other than Chad and Haley. I mean, look, I'll say this: there is a level of parasocialness that I could see people being okay with her being like, yeah, I'm all libbed up now, and people be like, I'm so glad, and she would get that reinforcement. Would I be that person? Probably not. Probably not. I'd be like, I know what you said, and I know what you did. I know how you felt about things. Look, I'm glad that you've moved on. I appreciate you. I forgive you for being that person, but I don't know if I can engage with you as and pretend like everything's normal. I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. He's just talking to people who come to him that he's already willing. Yeah, that he's already willing to admit they are wanting to leave MAGA. Yeah, yeah. He's very used to that piece. his story resonates with people who are in the, that middle zone of like, I feel conflicted. Mary Lou's not conflicted. She's just not. Well, how can I be so wrong when I'm so successful? ML, go woke, go broke. Yeah.
See you having views probably right now different than me. I appreciate all your knowledge and what you have just told me, but I don't see you as an enemy at all. I see you having different views right now because I still support some of the things that President Trump does do, and you don't, and that's your choice, and it's my choice. But you're not my enemy. You're a nice guy.
I've heard that tone before. I've heard it directed at me.
But Mom, also, well, let me ask you this, Rich: Are you a Democrat now?
So I'm a registered independent and full.
That's the I don't like you, but I'm not going to tell you I don't like you.
Full disclosure: I did work on Kamala's campaign in 2024.
Did you see her? Did you see her? Did you see it? Did you see it?
You sure about that?
This whole conversation has been become reality television at this point. Yeah. Will Mary Lou change her mind? Find out next week. Chad knows a lot about reality TV and had podcasts about it. Yeah, no, he does the Game of Roses, right? During this episode of Next Conversation, I had flashbacks to my crazy days of getting stuck in the mud and just sat there spinning my tires trying to get out, all while flooring it, and going absolutely nowhere. Yeah, this is the weirdest. I think this is like, I've been saying it for a few weeks. It's very tough when you do not have the conflict that Bob brings. To kind of, here's the thing. Bob is a necessary evil on the show because Bob is so extreme that when you listen to Mary Lou, you literally look at her and go, at least she's not as bad as Bob. But here's the thing. We now just have Mary Lou, and it brings to the forefront that the actual issue is that like this is a woman who is dead set like on believing what she's going to believe. She will appease people in her vicinity to be like, yeah, I understand. Yeah, I don't like that, but I still like him. She'll just do stuff like that, and it just feels like we're not moving forward at all. Every time we talk about like moving forward in the show, it feels like you take one step forward and you take 15 steps back. And I understand there's like this like idea, this concept that like, when people are in cults, they're going to do this thing like right before they leave, they're going to pull so hard and then they're just going to show up. I just don't know if Mary Lou's there. Bob's home. She's watching Newsmax. She's back in her bubble. Like, I don't know. I just don't think that's happening. Yeah, at the end of the day, she's a bigot. Yeah, she is. I mean, that's the thing. There was a moment a few episodes back when it was the episode where they were talking about Spencer Pratt and going over AI stuff and the videos and all that jazz. And then she brought up the drunk driving incident and talked about how this illegal, I'm going to say illegal because that's what she said, killed 4 innocent people in a drunk driving accident. And she was upset by that. She said, this is awful, and we need to get people who are illegals out of here. Is essentially what she was getting at. When it was pointed out to her, hey, people who are citizens do this too, and they kill people all the time. This is one instance. Why is this one instance the thing that colors you and makes you hate all people who are not U.S. citizens? And she then started getting upset, like, and laying it on very thick. And that's when I knew I was like right here, I don't know if there's something that you can do to fix this. At least she's not harassing the Asian children who walk in front of their house. Wait, what? Wait, what is this? Explain. I need to know more. Not that I've seen. I wouldn't put it past her. Yeah, I mean, we don't know. I honestly, I think her bigotry was on full display before Trump got into office, and then she changed her tune, um, and put on this, like everything's great, like, I kind of regret how I talked about everybody, and it was like, no, you're only happy because the person you voted for is in office. Once he is out of office, and if a Democrat was to take over, I think she would go right back to being that person. I think there is this level of, compartmentalization that she does too, but whatever. My thing is, though, I want to get back to what I was saying, though, about the um, migrant situation. It just proved to me that, beyond a shadow of a doubt, she only cares about the things that push the agendas and her belief system forward. And that's why she'll cry over, poor innocent people, which is sad and awful and disgusting. But she doesn't carry that same thing over for all people who die, from drunk driving accidents. That to me is sad. And that to me also just shows you who she is. And also the person that she claimed was illegal was actually a DACA recipient too. That's the other thing too. Like, if they had a fact checker on, they could have stopped her from pushing that narrative. We all know Bob has done it. Yeah. Episode 2 or 3 on. Oh, really? Okay, I'll have to go back. I don't think I've watched any of the first couple of episodes, but I've watched some stuff from 2014, not 2014, 2024, and late 2023.
I did outreach. I did media hit.
I don't understand why they don't point out that road signs are drawn on in the GPS directions are in the language they speak, and highway exits are numbered. The thing is, though, I believe this individual actually spoke English. I think they have been in the country long enough. I think that might have just been some projection on her end. I don't know. I just don't know. I just know that individual was a DACA recipient.
Hits for the campaign down here in Florida. I did vote Democratic in November of 24. I will vote Democratic this year. Mm-hmm. But as someone who's an independent, I think that it's best for me to keep some arm's length distance from the two parties because of our organization being a nonprofit. Mm-hmm. Nothing wrong with.
Yeah, Bob went off on I believe it was a Chinese little girl that was walking in front of their house and was quite proud of it. We can pull it up.
Being a registered Democrat, but it's just my choice that I feel that we call it in Florida NPA, which is no party affiliated.
Yeah.
And Mary Lou, to your point, it's not to say that I agree with the Democratic Party on everything. I think that the party has its problems and its flaws, but I don't believe any longer that the two parties are exactly the same, which is what I thought at the time when I supported Trump in 2016.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
That the idea in my mind anyway is like, I think for you, Mom, if we can get you to a point where you denounce Trump, where you say, I am no longer MAGA, I don't think you'll ever be a Democrat or vote for any Democrat. But there's a big difference. And I think this is like, at least for me, it's an important part of like trying to get you to wake up a little bit, is making you understand that we're not asking you to be a Democrat or a liberal or a progressive in any way. Trump is a different thing than the Republican Party.
I don't know if this line of conversation actually helps. I don't know. I just don't know. I feel like she might feel like she's being lectured at this point. Like, well, you're trying to pull me out of this or whatever. And them being like, no, we're not trying to do that. I feel like she can be, I feel like feels like maybe she's being talked down to. I don't know. I think maybe just even removing the context of like, we're not trying to change who you are, just out of it, and just make this we're just trying to reach you. We want you to be okay. Chat is overselling. Yeah, I agree. I wonder if ML would be upset if she found out they teach Arabic numerals in schools.
And so when you're saying I still agree with a lot of what Trump does, there are a bunch of Republicans you can support who are kind of more like establishment politicians that probably have those same beliefs or would run on those same platforms. They just also aren't stealing billions of dollars from Americans.
This is like trying to convince Garfield that he doesn't love lasagna. And you could never convince Garfield that he doesn't love lasagna and he doesn't hate Mondays.
through taxpayer money, or
yeah,
Trump setting up all these different funds and stuff where he's just like taking our money.
You and Haley, you and Haley have always labeled me MAGA. I've always thought I am a strong Republican.
And the funny fucking thing is that she has called herself MAGA. I have a fucking video where I point that out. She has called herself MAGA.
You're wearing a fucking hat that says Trump 2024, okay?
It doesn't make you MAGA.
It fucking does.
Yeah.
I did buy the clone and the shoes. That's about it. No, I got Trumpy Bear too. I do have Trumpy Bear.
Yeah, and that's kind of sorry, go ahead, Rich.
I think that qualifies you as
Omni
MAGA.
Rage. Thank you so much for the follow over on Twitch.
If that's what it is, okay.
I want to say I disagree. I think Mom would vote Democrat. If you did not label the two people running and you just let them speak their piece and give their platform without having those two labels, I think Mom would vote.
She was proudly MAGA and loved crowing about it. Oh yeah, I'm gonna pull the video up. I'll pull the video. I'll pull the video that I did up because it legitimately is her just being like, yeah.
Vote Democrat. I think that she doesn't because it's the label. I must be Republican. I've always been Republican. I think that's totally false. Mom has a lot of kind of like socialist ideals that she doesn't want to admit to, but I think that she would 100%.
She doesn't need to be right. She needs to believe. And I think that is the crux of everything everything with Mary Lou is that she on a fundamental level believes everything that she's saying. Even if she said something completely different, could be like an hour ago. She believes what she's saying. Haley cooked here. Yeah.
Vote Dem if there was.
But the issue is, Amanda, Haley can fucking slam dunk on her mom. And I'm going to be very frank. It is very easy to slam dunk on Mary Lou because Mary Lou is actually wrong. It just does not help convince her that, hey, like, I should move from this conservative construct that I currently live in. She pushes back because Haley's the thing that I think she fears the most, and it makes her angry because Haley is strong and independent. And when she sees her being so strong and independent, her gallivanting, all these words that she uses as a way to demean what Haley does, yeah, I could see why she's just actively like, I don't give a shit what you got to say. Because deep down inside, Haley scares her.
Was not a fucking label attached.
Interesting.
Yeah. I don't know. And I think, to that point, Haley and Mary Lou, I bet that all of us here together have agreement, I bet, on important issues. We want economic opportunity. We want good schools for our kids.
Good healthcare.
Right. We want good quality healthcare. We want a safe and secure country. We might have some difference of opinion on how to reach those desired outcomes. But this is where MAGA media is really effective because it's lucrative to keep us divided, afraid, and rageful. And I'm not saying that non-MAGA media doesn't contribute to polarization and divisions. I'm not saying that. But what I came to also understand about being in MAGA is that my information silo was detrimental to my empathy because I saw empathy while in MAGA as a weakness. And I believe that it is now. I don't think that
Heritage Foundation says we are based on the belief that the truth of an idea is not the primary reason for its acceptance. Far more important is the energy and dedication of the idea's promoters. Consensus equals power. Yeah. And that makes sense. That makes sense that that's what they believe. I mean, they're wrong in every fucking way possible.
That it is a weakness. And being in that information silo, I will tell you that any information that even remotely refuted the pervasively held mythologies and beliefs of the community, we shunned it. We kept it out. And I think MAGA media and influencers very deliberately seek to keep us divided. And despite our polarization, keeps us distracted from the fact that we agree on important issues more than we disagree.
In essence, Haley is Bob's daughter. It's just that her moral compass differs from Bob, I would say it's actually in the direct opposite direction. Literally direct opposite direction. And that is, yeah, and you're right. That's why she intimidates ML. If Haley was MAGA like ML would stand taller in her convictions. I actually think she would still belittle Haley. I think she would find ways to do it. I think look, I don't want to get into my own personal my own personal life, but I've been around people like that. And even if you believe them, even if you're part of their inner circle, if they can be cruel, they're going to be cruel. They're going to do it. They're just going to do it. You know that part where Bob ML are bragging about harassing the little girl? It's third episode on YouTube. At 6:10. Okay, yeah, we'll pull it up.
And I do want to say this. There was a time when Bob and I did not talk to Haley and Chad. It wasn't as long as they say it was, but it was some months over politics. And I will say, I'm sorry for that to both of you. Politics is never more important than your family and children.
Mm-hmm. So even now, that is a shift, because in the beginning when we started this, that is not how you felt.
Correct.
ML sees Haley as what she wishes she could have been when she was younger. Yeah, she envies Haley's relationship with her husband because Bob would not travel and Haley's husband will. Yeah. Even when the right is wrong, they are dedicated to redirecting that into wish casting being right in spirit. Yeah, I've always... The thing I've always found fascinating about the right is that they have this this habit of being wrong, and then when they are confronted with being wrong, they have a way of diverting that away from the actual issue at hand, and then diverting it either elsewhere or just not even not acknowledging it. And so that's my biggest issue is that even if you hold them accountable, they will not accept that as the truth, and they'll dance around it. They'll change it. I mean, we see it on display in these episodes too. You know, the whataboutisms or I have to research that, the dismissiveness of the way that they debate and even engage in conversation. It's either dismissive or, I mean, honestly, it is just literally dismissive. This episode went as little as little progress as I expected. Look, I'll be honest with you. This is probably the weakest episode I think I've watched in a bit. It feels like there's just a lot of reinforcing of the same kind of thoughts and ideas, and Mary Lou just kind of shrugged everything off so far, at least so far.
Correct.
Yeah.
That clip is a little bit of a different pace than this video. Also, Bob 3 years ago looks way different and talks way different. And in my opinion, very, 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 very on it in a way that it's kind of off-putting and scary at the same time. It's all these things that you're just like, oh God, this guy is terrifying.
And there's been some other shifts. I'm also curious, Mom, just how it's affecting you to hear from somebody like Rich, who was probably deeper in the hole than you. I mean, he was working on Trump's campaign in one way or another. You know, you guys buy the Trumpy bear and the Cologne and stuff, but you've never actively tried to help Trump get elected beyond voting and donating money to him. What's that?
I don't know. It sounds strange to me because he was talking about, it was an addiction. Like if you have an addiction and you need help in therapy, I don't consider that for me being, I guess you call me MAGA.
You are. You're wearing you wear the fucking hat every time.
Yeah, ML completely dismissed this guest, and in my opinion, more than any other guest. Yeah, and I think it's because, first of all, he's very close to where she had been at one point, or okay, I'll just say this. I think Mary Lou might view him as a bit of either a traitor or B a nothing burger guy. Where he still wears a red hat. That's the thing that when I saw it, I was like, that's cute, but I don't know. I think this guest appearance was incredibly boring. Oh, I'd rather engage in chat at this point than probably finish it. To be very frank, it feels, like I said, like a Nothing Burger episode. Just like, okay, like Mary Lou seems to be like, okay, cool. Oh, you left? Okay.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't mean
and all
MAGA.
yes, it does. And all you're
No, it
watching is
doesn't.
Newsmax, and he's my president, and I'm a fucking patriot. Like, no matter what he does, you're always an apologist. That makes you fucking MAGA.
But I get what Mom's saying, and I actually agree with her. I don't think she's maybe as deep as Rich was. Like Rich, you're saying, it was your job to some degree, at least during his.
Just a touch, yeah. She couldn't follow his speech. It was. He tells her so.
One of his campaigns, like
my life and my obsession.
Yeah, I don't think Mom is that way. I think she's made the decision. I'm MAGA, and I'm going to support him and buy the stuff and whatever. And you watch
the opening speech. I will be very honest with you. Works probably very well in a video when you're trying to reach multiple people, but directed at Mary Lou. Mary Lou hears it and goes, "Why would I want to listen to you? You're not just a lib. You're just like my kid." I don't think she could follow his long-winded stuff. Yeah, I think when she hears like, "Oh, he's out," like, right. I agree. He wasn't really encouraging, and she didn't listen to him at all. Yeah, it was kind of. It was. I think it was like 18, 19 minutes into the video before we kind of like transitioned out of it. Yeah. I don't know. She thinks that's not me, so I don't care. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is though, like I said at the very beginning of this, they need to get guests on that speak to the things that she can identify with. And that is, I mean, I hate to say it. It's being a mom, being someone who grew up like in a extraordinarily conservative household, raising kids in that type of environment, and on top of that, maybe even animal rescue related stuff. Like you have to find some sort of throughput because to her this is just a dude who left MAGA, I think. And I don't want to simplify what has happened to him and what he is, because it's fascinating that he is trying to wrong, essentially, he's trying to reverse the harm he put out there, which is great. Her lack of personal investment in the same way makes it easier to be invested in the abstract, yeah. And he didn't give a Trump reason for getting out. It was DeSantis and other non-Trump issues, right? And I think anyone can look at DeSantis and go, yeah, fuck DeSantis. Even if you're conservative, I've heard many people being like, yeah, this guy's a fucking joke. I had 2 smoke breaks before he was done. I should stop smoking. Yes, please. I quit smoking 18 years ago. It was probably the best thing I ever did. He's tired, boss. No problem, Amanda. I like the guy, but I think letting her talk and him answer would be better. Yeah, 100%. But his fancy boots. It's just like anyone saying Ted Cruz is a true Texan. I'm like, bitch, please. That motherfucker was born in Canada. Get that Canadian out of Texas, bro. I'm a real Texan. I was born and raised here. But yeah, fuck that guy. Fuck both of them. Fuck DeSantis. Fuck Ted Cruz. Oh, also fuck Abbott. I would make a really terrible joke, but I'm not going to do it.
Watch Newsmax all the time, but it's not like your job necessarily. But what I wanted to ask you, Mom, is like, does it do anything to you to see somebody like Rich, who was in this even deeper than you were, by your own admission right now, but
Raphael, that's right.
Figured out that was all a lie, and he has changed his entire way of thinking about it. Does that do anything to you?
Well, like I said, that's his choice, his opinion,
Yeah.
and if that's what he wanted to be happy, I'm glad he did that.
See, called it. I knew she was going to be like, oh, yeah, there's no skin off my back. I decided to wean off smoking to vape, and I'm not vaping like I thought I would. Last 2 weeks ago, I haven't vaped as much. Congrats, by the way. That is a very hard thing to give up. I grew up around people who smoked, and it was one of those things where it became a thing. Like, yeah, this is a thing that people do. And I always just recommend, like, yeah, Like, fuck yeah, smoke, get out of here with that stuff. Like, save yourself. It's probably one of the best things I ever did for myself. Hey, my Republican senator said that Iran should have ballistic missiles to defend themselves today. I don't want to say your first name, but Stefan, where are you at again? I can't remember. Difference I have noticed between the guests that have made progress with ML and those that didn't is that the ones that have made progress have more jokes and comedy. They made her laugh and smile. Yeah, I think Peppermint, for instance, was huge because Peppermint actually. Okay, you're in Kentucky. Is that Kansas, right? Yeah. Okay. There's so many people who are fucking eating the shit out of Trump's ass right now. But yeah, I was gonna say this. Peppermint was great because Peppermint actually talked to her about things that and asked her questions and engaged her in conversation, made her giggle, made her laugh. Yeah. Also kind of explained to her, the life of a kid who, was trans. And I think that also kind of fed into some of the things that she talks about, like, wanting to protect children and stuff like that. So yeah. Let's see. The tobacco lobby was invested in killing off its customers. Not worth giving them your money. No, it's not. That's the thing. There should be. I'll say this. I think cigarettes should be infinitely more regulated than they already are. And I know some people be like, they're already really hardcore regulated. I'm like, it should be a chore to buy cigarettes, in my opinion. I'm 54 and have smoked since I was a teen and resisted vaping at all and enjoy smoking, to be honest. This is so I don't have an open flame when I end up on oxygen. Hey, you know what? At least you're getting that piece out of the puzzle, which is great. Peggy Flanagan is getting hammered for taking money from big tobacco, but it's mostly because cigarette companies are getting into THC legalization. Yeah, because they see no future. I mean, they've been trying to figure out a way out of cigarettes for a very long time. And honestly, I'm shocked the overarching legalization of marijuana hasn't happened faster because of that. I'd still kill for a cig. I need to try one just because I'll probably hate it. And I need to know. You don't. You'll like it. I did that for a little bit. Pack of Camels is $18 in Washington State, which is great. I think they need to be $100.
I'm not sad. I'm not happy right now.
That will make you quit. I think they should be more.
I still
because addiction is a wild thing, and if you can't afford to smoke, it'll make you quit real quick.
am going the path I'm going for now.
Right. Yeah. I'm not asking you like, oh,
I rolled my own for over a decade, much cheaper. Yeah, I had a few friends who used to do that. Those unfiltered cigarettes are wild, though. The first time I ever smoked an unfiltered cigarette, I vomited, projectile vomited. It was the most insane feeling. It was not great.
Does this change your mind or whatever? I'm just saying, like, how does it make you feel to hear somebody who was that deep into it, has now come out of it, started an entire organization to help other people come out of it, and is getting emails and contacted by multitudes of people who are coming out of it?
They were 99 cents when I started. I mean, I started smoking in high school. At the time, you could get cigarettes for $1.99 to $3, depending on the day, and they had the buy one get one free deals. So sometimes you get them pretty cheap.
So there's a movement happening here. That's what leaving MAGA is. It's not just Rich. It's not just one guy being like, I started watching CNN and now.
Hey, when I went to Japan, I saw a cigarette machine. Mine was blown. Had all the machines and bought the tube. Hey, I mean, look. If you're able to smoke a unfiltered cigarette, I am in awe of that. My stepfather used to do it every once in a while, and I was just like, bro, I don't know how you do it.
I'm no longer.
He also smoked 3 packs a day. I wonder if he still smokes that much. I don't know.
MAGA. Right. This is like multiple people, big chunks, like some percentage of MAGA is leaving.
I will say too. I was watching the news. I'm not sure. It might have been Newsmax with the fight.
It was Newsmax
at the White House, and then the big attempt that there were like 6 in.
Oh my God! Do we think that attempt they said was going to happen and they thwarted was real with the drones and all that shit? I used to carry around a bag of tobacco and papers. That's wild. They were filtered. Oh, the tubes are filtered. Okay, I did not know that. Yeah. Oh shit, I didn't know. Fuck. Fuck, if I knew you could get fucking tubes that were filtered, I would have fucking done it. I would have been rolling my own.
Individuals that were going to come in with drones and do some really big damage. And how scary is that, to think that there's so much hate on one side?
Bluish Purple, you said, would you? No, what do you mean? Oh, would people forgive ML for all the vile things? She said, even if she does switch sides. I actually said this earlier. I said, look, even if she did switch sides, I would not feel, in the parasocial kind of nature of things, I would not feel comfortable being like, oh, I'm so glad that she's changed. I'd be happy for her, but I would be very hesitant to want to heap praise on her. I would probably just be like, good for her. It's just like what I do with anyone who does something good. On one side, shut the fuck up. I mean, look, I'll be very frank. I think there's a part of me that just goes, I don't have it in me to be full on like angry at her, but at the same time, I also don't feel like I need to give her, like buy her a bouquet of roses and be like, congrats, you did it. Joel, do you think Amish husbands are allowed to motorboat their wives, or do they have to rowboat? You know what? That's cute. I like that. Oh, yeah. Wouldn't leave the kids with her, but you wouldn't leave a social function if she. Yeah. It would be like oh hi, there. Hi there, Mary Lou. That was a pretty good one though. All right. There are a ton of brands, and you buy pipe tobacco. Oh, I have a crank machine, an electric one. When I say I had that set up, had to hide them. Man, I mean, are you hiding them from children? Also, get self-care. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, celebrating mediocre improvements to what should be standard. Yeah. I just, there's a part of me that's like, I am comfortable with being part of the people who criticize and stuff like that when it comes to her. But at the same time, some of the stuff she said has been extraordinarily vile, and she's been non-repentant about it. That's my thing. Is the I still remember just how awful and just hateful she's been, especially doing the edit. Just like, okay, like I want her to get better. I never want to sit there and be like she can never change, because I personally don't believe that. I think everyone's capable of changing outside of some sort of behavioral behavioral sort of look, sociopaths, it's very hard for people of that ilk to be understanding. Now there are people who are sociopaths who are very cognizant of who they are and know what's right and wrong because they've been told what that is. But I don't know if Mary Lou is a sociopath. I can't reach that point, because I feel like there are certain things that she does feel very passionately about and cares about, and seems like she does love. But I digress. The thing is, I'm just not going to like super congratulatory and at all. I'm just going to be like, I'm happy for her, good for her, and that's it. No, I hid it all for myself, so I don't. Okay, I got you. You just you put it away in a trunk. It's all done. I believe the White House drone attack was real, but also from the accelerationist White House nationalist right, who are very mad about Israel. They're taking advantage of the Antifa propaganda. I actually can see that being the case, for sure. Like, absolutely for sure, see that being, like, what is actually happening. I also think that the White House would love to pepper everything as this left-leaning sort of like terrorist sort of movement ideal and love to push that onto people. MLC's life as she was in school pre-1964. Yeah, 100%.
That they would do that to innocent people. And that's very scary to me.
Right. So that's what we're just talking about, the fear of that. But then if you look at it objectively.
True. That was true. That wasn't fake news.
Yes, right. And Kash Patel now is in trouble. The rest of the FBI hates him because he leaked that on Twitter. And they were like, it's an active investigation, you idiot. You just blew that. Anyways.
Yeah, the attack was a good attempt to distract from the $425 billion in okaying of nuclear weaponry Trump approved. Yeah, which today, this is going to be spun in so many different ways, and I am curious to see how the right is going to be like, hey, he did it. I honest to God think they're going to be like, look, he stopped the war. And that's what they're going to focus on, is him getting out of the war and it being a good thing. So he didn't go on forever. And it was like, okay, like it was unnecessary. We didn't need to be here. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, why are you okay with him just wasting shit tons of money, making billions off of, you know, the war efforts in general by basically doing insider trading? Yeah, like, you're going to ignore all that shit? You shouldn't. You should not be okay with that.
That's part of that fear, that they put that out there. Kash Patel releases that information early when the FBI still has an active investigation saying, like, we stopped these assholes, but those assholes are still out there, so be afraid of that. Meanwhile, you're saying, how bad is it that all...
Here's the thing about Kash Patel, and I want to say this real quick because it's something that's been on my mind. This is probably one of the reasons why I don't think they'll ever let Kash Patel go. Because Kash Patel is doing wonders for distracting people. Trump probably loves what is happening. Oh, people are focusing on this and focusing on that because he fucking just leaks it. He probably is being directed to leak it. My MAGA mom thinks Trump is the best for ending the war. No one else can do it. Is your mom, like, the thing is, like, you can go back, I believe 2018, when he fucking destroyed the fucking deal that we had that Obama put into place with Iran. Like, he's the reason we're at where we're at. Like, you can go back that far, you know? And then you can then poke at this even further and be like, I thought we got rid of their ability to build nukes back last year at the end of the year. And then you can look at it and go, why did he start a fucking war? My mom is Mary Lou. Oh, God. For a second there, I read that. I was like, she is? Oh, no. Haley?
All these people want to do this terrible thing. While Trump himself has ICE now arresting people in Minnesota who are simply protesting ICE. I mean, we talked about this while it was happening. ICE is murdering U.S. citizens.
Yeah, since the war he started the war. Trump is great at pushing people off the boat and then demanding credit for saving them from drowning. Yeah. Fucking gaslighting to the max.
So it's like Trump and his government are also doing horrible things, but you are fine with that.
I didn't know about the Minnesota thing you're talking about.
It's just happening today.
Oh, okay.
Well, I think
current.
You know, Mary Lou, maybe it's worth asking yourself, just like I watched the last episode where you guys were talking about the president and his sycophants in the Situation Room with the Epstein files, and that was something that you hadn't been aware of. You know, maybe it's worth asking yourself why you don't hear about these stories. And the reason is,
pose this as a question to her. Pose it as a question. Like, hey, so I watched this episode. Can you talk to me a little bit further about how you feel about all the stuff that was happening with the Epstein files? And have her explain how she feels. And then walk her through, like literally lead her to water. Because I think poking at this is like, I don't think she really gains anything from this.
Is because the media that you're consuming is doing what I call lying by withholding.
Okay.
And they're not providing.
See? This is the moment where she just goes, okay, you're not getting through to me right now. Sorry.
Hiding this information, if the president trying to do damage control in the Situation Room was fake news, Fox News would be all over it and calling it fake news, but they stayed away from it, just like other MAGA media did. And I think if you went on a MAGA media fast for 30 days, I believe that you
She think that's cute, by the way. I can smile about it.
would see some of your views shift. I say that actually with a very high degree of confidence that would happen.
Maybe I should try that for 2 weeks, right? 2 weeks.
See, there you go. The bargaining, 2 weeks, right?
I think it's possible though, because Dad's in the living room watching Newsmax 24/7, right?
No, not now. He watches a lot of sports. I maybe could do that. Maybe
I'd be curious. Like Haley said in the very beginning of this, when Dad started, having to go to the hospital and stuff, your day
part of the deal. She learned it from Trump.
Days were occupied by that, like dealing with him and trying to get all your ducks in a row for Medicare and all that shit. You didn't even have time really to watch Newsmax or probably get on your MAGA Instagram feed. And we were back there. We shot that episode, a couple episodes, I think, in person at your house. And already we could see a shift in you just because you had been off of that for like a week maybe. And you were already like questioning everything Trump was doing. Or you, at the very least, you were accepting the information I was presenting at face value as true.
So are you saying I need to get...
You sure about that? You sure about that? That's why?
Like when I get on Instagram, I need to like some liberal pages so that liberal stuff comes up, or what?
Do you follow Hassan Piker?
Yes, I do.
Do you watch any of his content?
On Tiki-Talkie sometimes, yeah.
Please, like, they do need to sit her down and maybe, like, okay, this is going to be a thing. Like, watch an episode of, like, watch a curated batch of Hassan, like, clips and maybe even sit down and watch a portion of his stream and expose her to what he actually really feels and believes without the the veneer or the idea that she's gonna have an interview or something with him. Like, she needs to see his politics and actually feel them and know how he feels about things. Because she saw a very polite Hassan, and I'll say this, I'll be very honest with you. I think Hassan can be extraordinarily pointed, and he's not for everybody. I enjoy I enjoy listening to him because he's no nonsense about 99% of the time. But I want her to watch him and see how he actually feels about everything and see his actual like conviction. Because you got to see him in a very what I would consider a very controlled environment, essentially. I follow him. No, I don't watch it. Tiki-Talkie Toddler. Yeah. It's the infantile sort of like stuff like that. It's the let me lighten this this mood. I think she tries to be funny and like Godspeed. Like, I get it. Sometimes I do shit like that too, where I'm like trying to lighten the mood. But this is probably not the time to lighten the mood. I'd give Mary Lou a Hassan sub right now if it was an option. The infantilism is so embarrassing, fucking cringe. You said it. I mean, look, she is, to me, she's an old she's an old lady, but she leans so fucking hard into it that sometimes I'm like, it hurts. Like, really fucking hurts. God, when she sings too, I have to leave my body. I have to like disassociate because I get such secondhand embarrassment from it. The fact that his hat says "I left MAGA" probably sends a chill through her every time she looks up at it. I feel it does not work on her. No, it doesn't. I think she looks at it and it's probably in her head a taunt. it's a tactic on his part. Her hat says the opposite. Yeah, it is a taunt, I think, and by all means, I think that can work on certain people. I think it can make people feel bad, especially if they feel guilty about things. But she doesn't feel guilty about what she believes. He's hot, and ML never had another boyfriend. That is. I'm curious to know if she actually had anyone or dated anyone before Bob. And if Bob dated anyone before Mary Lou. That's the stuff that I have questions about. Like, what was their relationship like? Were they the only two people in one town? And they're like, well, that's it. I guess we're stuck.
Yes.
Watch his content.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See what he has to say about stuff.
Watch his content. Yeah, I like him.
I do like him. I like him.
Right.
Yeah.
So watch him. See what he says.
I will.
Yeah, you say you like him, but do you think he's just lying to you constantly?
Have they subpoenaed him? They did subpoena him.
See, look, it is this. I don't want to answer the question. I don't want to go any further.
Yeah.
They didn't take him away yet. I don't think.
Not yet.
I don't want him locked up.
But answer the question. Do you think that the things he's saying are lies?
No. Some maybe yes, some maybe no.
She actually still thinks Hassan. She's because he's a nice guy to her. She believes that yes, some of the things he says is lies, but not all of it.
Not. I don't trust him 100%.
Okay. Interesting. But you trust Trump and whatever
Newsmax.
Smokey Joe on Newsmax, you trust them 100%.
Smokey Joe.
Like at the very least, in terms of media, like you have to be aware of the fact that all of these, whether it's Hassan Piker or Newsmax, they are for.
What would be the best leftist outlet for Mary Lou to get info from? No. Mocker, no. Honestly, none of those guys. Brian Taylor Cohen, no. So, okay, here is the deal. I think you have to find someone who is going to, first of all, not use Trump as a punchline, because she gets butthurt about that. Brian Tyler Cohen, to me, is very. He does not have an air of him. Like, I know some people really, really like him. I always feel like there is a theatrical nature to his content. David Pakman is typically very professional, but David Pakman also, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't David Pakman very, like, wasn't he taking money from AIPAC? I swear to God, that was a thing that came up. And he then feigned ignorance and was all like, I don't know what this AI pack is. I'm sorry if I'm blowing people's minds right now. I used to watch a lot of him. But yeah, I'm not even kidding. I think that is literally, he feigned ignorance, and he lost a shit ton of viewers because Hassan pointed it out. And then Hassan eventually said, like, I have nothing against him. I was just pointing out what was said. He's not great on Israel for sure. Yeah. Which I have, look, I'm a, that is true. Yeah. Okay. So that's the thing. I am very, very distrusting of a lot of talking heads. So when you ask me, like, what's a good leftist? The only one I can think of is someone like a Hassan Piker. God, I have a hard time. Denims is kind of Hassan light, but even then, I think she focuses way too much on drama, and especially with everything going on with Ethan Klein, I think that's been her thing. I think Aaron Parnas would be best with his shorts. He's just the facts person, and I think that's what you have to do, is have someone who's just the facts. Patrick Bet David or Jesse Lee Peterson. I mean, I could be very frank. I think there is. I think, the Adam Mockler style sort of like debate bro mentality is kind of like that. I even think even IHIP might be considered kind of like the diametric opposite of them. Yeah, I know those are righties. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm thinking Patrick Bet Davis And Jesse Lee Peterson, by the way, crackpot. I think even Mary Lou would look at Jesse Lee Peterson and be like, fuck no. I'm just trying to think. Like, unfortunately, the only one that might be able to convince her that Trump is bad is Candace Owens. I fucking don't want to say that out loud. I don't want to say that, but I think if they just literally force her to listen to fucking Candace Owens, she might get the little thing in the back of her head being like, oh yeah, he might have killed Charlie Kirk. Like, I don't know. That's the thing. I also feel like Mary Lou's like insistence on like, Charlie Kirk was this like visionary. I don't think she knew anything about him until he passed away. Just like a bunch of MAGA people. It was a coalition that left the left. Okay, that's BT. Okay, started. Hasn't swayed her yet. Won't happen. True. I don't know. Like this is hard because I feel like she's impervious when it comes to deviating from her thing, her inner like belief system. Yeah, she drifted away from Owens. I think Owens went when she interviewed fucking Hunter. She was like, oh, gross. I think you're right about Candace. I mean, that's the only one I can think of is the person who's like, I'm a conservative. I used to love Trump. She needs to hear from Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't even, look, Trump has talked so much mad shit about Marjorie Taylor Brown that I don't think she would even give a shit. I thought he was taking money from someone else. I'll look it up.
For profit.
Because I know this. There was a bunch of stuff that got a bunch of people got lumped into this whole kind of like they're taking money from Israeli lobbyists, and I was like, oh, okay. And even then, I was always extraordinarily hesitant to watch a lot of these guys anyway, because my belief system is if you're going to focus on the things that Trump is doing, and it's the same thing every day, where it's all like he committed another crime. I'm like, yeah, the motherfucker's been committing crimes. Why aren't our representatives actually doing anything about it? That's my thing. Like I'm like, we should be angry not just at Trump, but we should be focusing all of our anger at our representatives, because the reality is this: they have the ability to stop him. They do. They're just a bunch of fucking pussies, or they're all in on the con. That is my thing. That's my stance on it, is that they're letting all of this shit happen. They're the reason Trump is in office. They're the reason Trump is doing the things that he's doing. They could literally, in a day, in a goddamn day, make it not be this way. But they choose to let it happen. They just choose to let it happen. And like Antifa said earlier, there's a group, there's a bunch of people in on this. They talk behind the scenes. They're in on this. They're accelerationists, right? Is that what we're calling them? But yeah, let me look up the Brian Tyler Cohen and
whatever they're doing.
David Paxton
to make
shit,
money.
Because
and the way they make money
there's a bunch of stuff
by
that was
getting
going
more
on
people
with that.
to watch their stuff.
MTG
longer.
is
That's
still
it.
racist.
It's like how
yes.
long is an eyeball
And
on the
homophobe.
screen with me on it?
And
I
is
make
this
your money.
true? I saw something like where Megyn Kelly like flipped because they gave her a whole bunch of money, so now she's anti-Trump.
Hell yeah, brother. We don't hate Congress enough. Fuck yeah. We should be fucking screaming at everyone, every fucking representative. I'm even talking state representative. Shit like that. Because there's a lot of people doing a lot of nothing and then making money off of it. Trump is a symptom of the fucking problem. And that's why I get so pissed off and so angry. I don't even fucking say I get butthurt when I hear people go, Trump is dying, or Trump shit his pants again. I'm like, yeah, he's going to shit his pants. Yes, he's probably dying. Okay, I've heard it 500 fucking times over the last fucking 8 years. I don't fucking care anymore. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to do something about it? Fuck off. Go do something about it. Point out the representatives who are not doing it. I actually have the list. I was going to pull it up on yesterday's episode. I just didn't have time. But I have all the people who take money from AIPAC. That's the shit you should be focusing on. The lobbyists. You should be focusing on the people who are being backed by, Zionists. To be very frank. And then also all of the other shit, like literally, like the gun lobbies. You should be fucking pissed off about that. Dialogue, secret society thing was just unearthed this week. Okay, I'm gonna do that as a research piece because I think that would be great to go over. Yeah, Republicans run on politicians. Democracies. Okay, republics run on politicians. Democracies run on people. Yeah, and that's the thing. You know, we're just in this. We're just in this fucked state of affairs right now.
Is that stuff true?
Well, I mean, he personally insulted her at whatever that was, the debate where he was like, she's bleeding out of her, you know what?
Oh gosh.
I think that probably sent her on the path of like, fuck this guy. Whether
Aries, yes, we need to keep corporate money out of politics. We need to keep. I'm going to say it. We need to keep all money out of politics. All money. There should be a, you know, like, I understand having campaign funds to run ads and things like that. I'm even going to go further and be like, ads should be confirmed as verified, like, truth before they're run. That's the other thing, too. There's a lot of bullshit that is thrown out and a lot of fucking nonsense. And there's so much, like, just there's so many lies that are just provided as truth. I fucking hate it. Have you looked at the Montana plan? Should definitely add it to the list. I actually have it pulled up here. It's on my docket list. I'm gonna go ahead and just say this right now. Tomorrow, tonight, and possibly Saturday, I'm gonna be just off the grid. But Sunday is going to be my, hey, I'm coming back to do edits again. I was hoping this episode was going to yield something that I found fascinating and interesting. I don't know. I feel like the last 3-4 weeks have kind of provided this sort of reinforcement that the show is kind of, I don't know if it's limping along or if they're at this kind of weird impasse, but you know, I don't know if there's anything I can do to edit. And like I said on the last couple streams, I just don't feel comfortable providing free content. You know, at the moment for the podcast. Now, if there's something interesting or funny, I will do it. It has to spark some sort of joy or interest in me. I'll do it then. But outside that, no, good. All the MAGAs who are speaking out, like MTG, Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, etc., are in it for the grift. Oh, 100%. I'm going to say this. Nick Fuentes should never be used as any sort of guidepost. He's a racist. He's just a fucking racist who, I mean, I hate to say it, like, he denies, like, his actual, like, the things that he believes as a human being. I'm trying to get around saying, like, there's so many things floating around about him, rumor-wise, that he will not talk about because I don't think he wants it to get out of there. You can take that as you will, and you can infer what that means. I think there's a wink wink and a nod nod, like, you know what I'm saying, but I'm not going to actively say it. The other thing too is he goes wherever the money is, and he has been trying to become popular and famous for over 5 or 6 years. I remember seeing him like 5 or 6 or 7 years ago, and I was like, there's no way this is going to be fucking anything. Look at him. Got interviewed by fucking Tucker Carlson, of all people. Fucking weird. The Exorcism of Mary Lou isn't a great movie, to be honest. It's not. Bob bragging about harassing a child is something new to you. Oh, it is. You know, but the thing is, would that be too mean? I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. Fuentes is disgusting. He is fucking foul, and he knows he's foul, and he knows what he's doing.
Or that was going to be public or not. Eventually, it was, but I think at that moment she was probably like, "I'm not down with this." I'm just saying, everybody who makes any kind of news media is doing it for profit, and so they are incentivized to keep you watching, whatever that means. In a case of like Hassan Piker, he's independent, so he's not beholden to like a giant.
Okay, I'm gonna pause there. there is an aspect of Hassan Piker that you can argue is for profit, like because he does stream for profit. Like, you know, his viewers take care of him. Now, does he ask for donations or anything like that? I think the only time he does is if he's doing a fundraiser. But the reality is that, yeah, he does get a ton of money from subscriptions. Is that a bad thing? I think in a capitalist structure, no, it is a necessary evil. And honestly, it is what it is, right? Would I be that person? I don't know. I feel like I would be very, I feel very guilty. Like, I feel like I'd be donating like a large sum of the money to charities and shit, because it just feels like if I have enough money to live off of and live comfortably, I think the rest of it does not need to be in my pocket. Now, does Hassan do that? I think Hassan actually donates quite a bit, but I don't know how much. I don't look into his finances. So,
corporate greed machine who pays his checks, so he gets to kind of say whatever the fuck he wants, and he finds an audience that resonates with that, or resonates with what he's saying, and that's enough for him to maintain that.
Hey, you know what? I feel like Hassan does it for profit as much as Chad does the podcast for profit. I don't know if I can compare the two. Here's the thing. Here's where I like deviate a little bit from it. Hassan doesn't ask people to donate money to ask questions. Hassan will just read chat. I think that's where I differ on that one. It's just, I'm not saying you're wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. You're probably onto something too. But I think that's the only sin I can really like just pass along in terms of monetary sins to the necessary conversation. The streams can feel a little lopsided on that front.
In that audience, make his money, whatever. So I don't know, you know, if you want to say what he's saying is true or not, it's kind of irrelevant. It's more just about he can do what he does without being hampered by a like giant network or studio who owns his media company saying this is what you're going to say. Right. CNN, MSNBC, Newsmax, Fox, all the big cable news networks, the people who are saying stuff to you are told what to say, or in broad terms at the very least, if not specifically like talking points. I'm sure you've seen, or maybe you haven't, there are these videos that always get compiled every couple months when a new big like Republican talking point comes out, where they will put in a giant grid every local news network that is right-leaning, and they're saying the exact same phrase in whatever capacity it may be. They're getting those talking points from the Republican Party.
So what is my homework for 2 weeks?
I noticed that Hassan and Destiny chats are filled with right-wing and agent provocateurs pushing for infighting. Yeah, and you know the funny thing is about Hassan when it comes to that stuff, he's very good about typically very good about it. I've seen him feed the trolls a little bit. But he's typically very good about pushing back and being like, guys, you need to chill the fuck out. You know? I think some people take strays. I'll be very fair and honest. I think sometimes he hits his chat with the "are you fucking stupid" thing a little too much, but you know. Destiny, I'll be honest with you, I guess we call him Sex Pestiny at this point. Not my cup of tea. And I feel like he lives way more for the debate bro culture than Hassan does. And I feel like Hassan, when he does do debates, at least he's trying to be fair most of the time. I would say like 90% of the time. It always feels like he's not trying to like win internet points. Like, for instance, if you ever watched the Adam Mockler Hassan debate, I feel like Adam was there with the wrong intention. Hassan was like, hey, let me explain why I said what I said about Gavin Newsom and you know, the Democrats in general and yada, yada, yada. And he was trying to be like, can you admit that you were wrong about saying you wouldn't vote for Gavin? Like, we should be voting for, you know, the incumbent. And he's like, no.
Not to get on Newsmax, not to get on my channels that I watch, or to get like on Instagram and just start doing liberal stuff, Republican stuff, everything to see what comes into my feed. What's my homework?
I would say do both of those things. Well, sorry, yes. Rich, you were going to say something?
I was going to say both. Exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just see what happens. I watch Newsmax every day for you. because I'm like, I want to see what these fucking maniacs are saying and how they're delivering this information. And it's like, the thing about Newsmax that blows my mind is like, not only are the anchors of all their shows just saying the wildest shit, like it's so far beyond Fox, but even in the presentation of it, like the technical presentation of that channel, it is so low bar. Like there'll always be typos and misspellings in the news crawl. The news crawl usually has about like 5 items that are just on repeat. You know, they don't update it in a 24-hour cycle. It's just like so poorly done. And you're watching it and you're like, not only are they saying crazy shit, it's like, who's running this network? Fifth graders?
That's your opinion, but that's okay.
Those are not my opinions. It's technically.
I mean, if he has seen it and he can provide that's not, I don't know, that's not a opinion. By the way, I did find a article about essentially a dark money group is secretly funding high profile Democratic influencers. So I'm kind of combing through it right now while I'm listening to this.
It's terrible.
Okay. I've got homework. I'll do it. I will do it.
Rich, as we are kind of winding down here, do you have any kind of like, I guess, final message for anybody out there who might have somebody that is MAGA in their life that might be on the fence, or that they want to have better conversations with them or bring them into the fold? Is there like kind of, I guess what I'm getting at is like, what is the moment that if you have identified this, that a MAGA person is like receptive to getting out of it?
We have support groups that we do every Tuesday night, which are designed for friends and relatives of MAGA identified close ones. And something that we talk a lot about in these support groups is to encourage people to relieve themselves of the pressures of feeling like they can change another person. Because we believe that you can't change another person, that the change must come from within, from the
Preach. Thank you.
individual. But what people who have MAGA friends and close ones can do, and they might have already done this myriad times to no success.
Is it separate from the dialogue group? Yes. So it is a group called Chorus is essentially what this is. And this is from 2025. This is, I believe, right around the time when this was all kind of leaking and shit like that. So Keith Edward is one of them I'm seeing on here. Was not invited to be part of the program, but believes that the way it was structured seems predatory. Oh, okay. I actually have a lot of okay. Look, Keith Edwards is always on my list of. I don't like the clickbait stuff. I don't think he personally don't think he is like not entertaining. He's very entertaining. I do watch his stuff every once in a while. But he's one of the few people I kind of mark as we got clickbait guys. Here we go. Yeah, that's the BTC group. Yeah, I'm digging into it.
But I'm asking them to do it one more time, which is to go to MAGA friends and relatives and say to them, if you ever have doubts, if you're confused, if you're questioning your belief system, you can turn to me as a friendly ear for counsel. And if people feel that they can if people in MAGA feel that they can turn to their friends and relatives, sans the fear of recrimination or ostracization or judgment or shaming or shunning, it makes it more likely that the person in MAGA will turn to their close friends or their loved ones. And that's why we talk at our support groups about nonviolent language and also how to better navigate.
Dr. G, the body language expert? I have not, but have they gone over ML and kind of like given a breakdown of what's going on? Because I firmly believe that she actively does things like the looking away, the focusing on her phone. Oh, Trump. Okay. Too bad James O'Brien is UK and not US. He'd be great for ML. Oh, I love him, by the way. He's one of my favorite people to watch because he's so no nonsense, but very, very, very informative and pushes back at the right points. Oh, I told him about TNC. I'd be curious to see what a body language expert would say about ML, because I think that would be quite fascinating.
These relationships. I don't believe that relationships with those in MAGA and their close ones are lost and are hopeless.
Honestly, that would be great. That'd be an interesting thing to either start or be a part of, because there's just so much. There's so many people who are in places where you've got parents, you know, loved ones, who are just like, I don't want to have anything to do with you because you're a lib, and I don't know. It'd be kind of nice. It'd be kind of nice to have that.
Bliss. I think the good person,
I'm one of those people
deep down who was in MAGA, who may have become a hateful person, a rageful person, addicted to it. That good person is still there, but it has to be, the relationship has to move at the pace of the person in MAGA. So if those who are out there who are hearing this, who've got the MAGA friends and relatives, extend another olive branch, reach back out, ask them, or make clear to them that if they ever start to question this, if there's one lie or one betrayal too many, if they reach a red line, they can turn to them for counsel, and they can turn to them to have these conversations. And I think that those who do that out there with MAGA friends and relatives, many of them will pleasantly discover that their MAGA friends and relatives are in fact starting to have doubts, because I think more than ever are privately questioning their allegiance to Trump and the MAGA movement.
Well, I have one more question.
Man.
Actually, Trump is very clearly declining in health. He's getting older. I think soon we are probably going to be living in a post-Trump world. And I mean that he's going to die. Not just be out of politics, but that he will no longer be with us on this mortal earth. What do you think MAGA will be like post-Trump?
I think MAGA survives. And the reason I think that is,
I agree with this statement. This is also part of the reason why I know there's just like this belief that like once Trump goes, like it all falls apart. Someone's going to come in and fill that void. And, the belief is like someone like a Tucker Carlson could take this and run with it.
Is because there are two parties in our country right now, the Democratic Party and the MAGA Party. When I was in MAGA, it was a fantasy of ours to kill off the GOP and transform it into a MAGA party. And whomever it is who assumes the mantle of the MAGA titular leader, I don't know who that will be. I think MAGA might slightly weaken without Trump on the political scene, but I think MAGA remains. And the opportunity for us will be that if in fact MAGA, though it might stay, I believe it will stay with us, even though it might weaken. That's an opportunity for us.
And the funny thing is, the MAGA movement has been around for longer than it was called MAGA. And before it was called MAGA, it was the QAnon people, and before that, it was the Tea Party people. And so, just like how we're kind of seeing these like progressive candidates for the Democratic Party popping up, and we're having kind of a small movement of progressives. I think it is I think if you look at the Tea Party, I think you can also look at, and I don't want to make a direct comparison that progressives are like the Tea Party, because they're not. The progressives are actually trying to do something good. But with how quickly the Tea Party kind of blew up, like, to me, it feels like the progressive candidates can do the same thing. Like we could have more people kind of under that umbrella. It's just when it starts to get tainted, like, QAnon and the MAGA movement kind of became, even though I think the Tea Party was always, like, I think the Tea Party was kind of I think it was an invention, and they knew, like, hey, we can radicalize the right. We could do whatever the fuck we want. Because the right has a long history of picking up heroes, discarding them, rebranding. Yeah. And I think, yes, but people like Pence was in the Tea Party, and while as a Hoosier, I know what a piece of shit he is, even he has standards and lines. Well, the thing is, Mike Pence is a wildly, like, awful human being. I saw him on TV today. He was talking about the Iran deal, and he then said something along the lines of, if you read in my book, I went immediately, I was like, I can't listen to you, motherfucker. You're trying to sell your fucking book in the middle of the shit that's going on here. You don't give a shit about what's happening. Fuck off, dude. Do you think Democratic Socialists should create their own political party? Unfortunately, we are at a weird point in that might be the move that would have to go forward. I think there are way too many establishment Democrats in in the Democratic Party, and I don't think they don't look. They're fighting as hard as they can to prevent anyone who is a socialist or a progressive from getting seats. They, like Graham Plattner, for instance, they fucking tried. They would rather have Susan Collins, a fucking asshole of a human being, be in that seat than a fucking one of their own quote unquote party members because he is a progressive. Yeah. That's the thing. I don't think the Democratic Party is even in a place where it wants to even think about being in this progressive realm. They want to be quote unquote the left, but the reality is they want to be center, and I would even say center right. That's the reality. And so yeah, I think you're going to have to do, Democratic Socialist is going to have to be its own fucking party at some point. In my opinion, we have missed our opportunity to cycle to bring in a young Bernie. I know some say AOC, but I don't fully get on board with that. But I think a young Bernie could have done it in November. I'm going to be honest with you. I became very jaded when Bernie lost to the primaries to Hillary the first time around. And then I became even more pissed off and jaded when Bernie lost to Biden. When you look at everything in both of those situations, Bernie was on track to being the nominee. And the Democratic Party fucked him. Fucked him. Graham Plattner could be our Trump that demolishes the Democrats. Yeah, the thing is, let's say we get into office, after Trump leaves, right? Like we have the presidency, and we control all three branches of government. I feel if there is not someone in a lead role who is willing to do and go as far as Trump did to push, to push policies and maybe even force people into voting the way he wants to vote, or they vote, we're going to fall apart again, and you're going to have just another cycle of, you're probably going to have 2 years of a Democratic president because people are going to be like, we got to hold on to some hope, and there are going to be people voting to prevent another Trump. Like they're going to use that as the boogeyman. And then after they're out of office, it's more than likely going to be a conservative in office. And it's just going to be another cycle of that. And that person who's going to be coming in after the Democratic quote unquote president is in place is going to be just as radical, if not maybe more, than Trump was. It's how it's been done in the past, but I think now it's time. I agree. I honestly think that we are fucking at an impasse, right? The Democratic Party has already shown they don't give a fuck about the people that voted them into office. They're willing to take money from people to push those people's agenda, not the will of the people who voted them in. No, the lobbyists. And so we're at a fucking impasse. And how do you get past that? I don't know. I just don't know. And I think it's going to take a lot of people getting up and saying, "Hey, this is fucked," and pushing and saying, "We can't keep doing this anymore." Also, what they did to Al Franken, by the way, as shitty as that photo was, I just have to point towards fucking Trump and be like, "Look at that motherfucker!" All right, the Democratic Party will cannibalize itself before it admits any fault. Al Franken would have been great, in my opinion. Democrats are busy chasing disaffected Republicans, and the dedication of people like ML and Bob are preventing that, but Dems won't accept that reality. I will always say this. Most people are voting conservative because they've been told that is the right way. I'm never going to sit there and, if I was running for any sort of seat or anything like that, I would never compromise my own belief system to try and get a voter or lie to a voter or convince them that my policies are better than so-and-so's policies. I would like to talk to them, and I would like to show them that I have their best interests. It's never going to be a let me fucking bend over backwards to make you happy. I've done that in my life. Not fucking doing that. I would never want to do that as a political candidate. I really am supporting more and more letting the states leave the union in this shit show. Oh, they would never let it happen, though. That's the thing. They would never let it happen. I just, we would turn into little mini micro countries, and that would just be that would be hell.
To catch millions of people before they get subsumed into whatever the next iteration of right-wing politics might be, whether it's America First or, a tech bro, technocracy, something similar to that. I think that tech bro technocracy thing is going to be the angle they're going to start fucking focusing on too. They're already trying to make these fucking billionaires, these tech billionaires, to look like the fucking next coming of Christ. Like all of these guys are deities to people now, and I think it's being set up that way. I have a stupid fucking thought that like there's going to be a point in time where Elon already has so much money, he's going to figure out a way to fucking nuke the clause about not having a foreigner as a president. He's going to figure out some fucking way to do it. Places like Texas have been told we are a red state, so Dems don't go out and vote. Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is that there needs to be more pushing of the fact that, hey, you can make a change. And it starts, first of all, in local elections, and then it starts at state. Then it goes to state elections at that point. The question is, do we run someone like AOC, or do we run somebody like Chris Murphy, who has a better chance of getting into place? So I've always said this, and it's an unfortunate fact of our political landscape and the way the country is. Someone like AOC first of all, is a woman, not white, and already is demonized by the right. She's got 3 things that just absolutely destroy any hope of her being elected. And I know people are like, oh, she would be great. I think she could be good. I think there are some things that she has said in the past that are not great. And, I get concerned that, she could be influenced like someone else. But who does that leave us with? I don't know. And that's the thing that's scary is like, I can't do a Gavin Newsom. I can't do any of that shit. And Jon Stewart would be a good option, but he knows better than to take that job. And that's the thing is that Jon Stewart doesn't want the job. And I think that makes it clear that is a person who should take the job. And that's the thing. Anytime someone says, I want to be president, I go, I cannot vote for you. Because the reality is, anyone who wants to be president is in it for the fucking wrong reason. I'm gonna make a direct correlation to something that's gonna sound so fucking stupid. But here it is. It is like Rick Grimes in The Walking Dead, right? And I'm talking about the comic book. He didn't want to fucking run Alexandria, but he was elected to, and he did it reluctantly, and he did a fucking good job. Because he really didn't want that fucking role. Dems are so hopeless. Well, that's the thing is, though, I don't think AOC is ready for all that. Yeah, all of the all of the left. Unfortunately, I think we need a white man. I would take anyone at this point. Do I think someone of another race or another gender other than white male would get elected? No, I get concerned about that. I think women, in a lot of people's minds, like there is this level of sexism that just lives deep in the back of a lot of people's heads, and they go, I can't vote for a fucking woman. They will never admit it out loud, but they'll say it in their head. They'll tell it to themselves. But yeah. Washington didn't want to be president either. I think that's the other thing too. Chris Murphy, Andy Bashir ticket. I mean, it could work. I just, here's the thing. I need to know
Like, if we were ever going to vote someone in, they would have to be the most uncompromised motherfucker. Like, I literally going in there being like, I'm about to fucking kick down doors and I'm doing this for the betterment of the United States. Like, I would need to know that. Pete Buttigieg would be. I'm gonna say something really weird about Pete. I feel like he is way. I feel like he is way too polished. I think he's way too polished, and the other angle is that the right will use the fact that he's a gay man against him, and there is a whole portion of the United States that will actively just be like, yeah, I don't vote for, whatever slur you want to come up with for a gay man point. That's going to be the case, and that's the rub of it all. Is it's like, if I was someone who was like, who would you bring into office? I go, I don't know. Like, the person who was perfect to me because he fits every single thing that would allow people to vote without having those doubts in the back of their head was Bernie Sanders. And you have to find someone who is that type of level of, like, with it, who can explain policy to the people who do not understand policies, and who is unwilling to budge on shit. I don't want Andy to be president because I think he's the next Jimmy Carter, and we need someone tough in the lead role. But I would like to see him VP first and then president. That's the thing, is we need someone who's willing to just. At this point, Trump has proven that if you've got enough balls and enough control of everything and enough blackmail on people, you can do whatever the fuck you want. They voted for Trump. He's definitely gay. Oh no, the fucking right thinks he's the fucking the epitome of fucking like masculinity.
Yes, MAGA will stay.
I think he might be very gay. I think he loves talking about the way men look without any sort of like hint of like self-awareness. Was a Democrat lifelong, and he voted for Obama because he wasn't all black. So we have our racists. Yeah, we do. That's the other thing too. You gotta factor in that piece as well. I could see people being like, well, Bernie's a Jew. Why would I vote for a Jew as well? I could see that angle as well. And that's the shit that goes through my head with Bernie. Arnold Palmer. You know what? Get Big Dick Palmer in here. We have a deeply uneducated and superficial general population. Our only hope is a lefty populist, but no idea who that Goldilocks person is. Yeah, like I said, the only person who could reach people, and he showed it. He showed it in so many different ways was Bernie Sanders. And you have to find someone who is willing to just be like, I don't give a fuck what you have to say. I'm not straying from my beliefs, and I'm going to tell you like it is. And I'm going to tell you exactly why you're fucked. And I'm going to explain it to you like you're 5, and you're not going to know that I'm explaining to you like you're 5. You need that person, because you need to get the uneducated on your side, and they have to feel seen. Yeah, that's why I said I'd love to have him, but there's no way. Yeah, just like we would, other harsher and harder nosed people. Yeah, 100%. Like, I mean, I just would love for someone who would just come out of nowhere and be like, "There's no dirt on me. You can't fuck my life up. Get bent. I'm gonna fucking take care of shit." Gavin's not gonna be that person, by the way. Gavin Newsom is remotely not gonna be that person.
Lots of MAGA Americans who are going to be at a crossroads. We need to give them an outlet and an off ramp, and that's what I'm hoping that we can provide for them. Is that exit ramp out of MAGA?
Wow. Yeah, I'm curious. We'll see. I think it will weaken substantially too. I personally don't think anybody currently in the Republican scene has the same juice that Trump does, and I don't know if they can hold MAGA together in the same way. But time will tell.
No Newsom. Yeah.
Mom, Haley, any last questions for Rich?
I don't know. It's a lot of shit.
Yeah. And not much of this matters too much. What matters is the next Supreme Court picks. Yeah. Newsom is a Republican dressed as a Democrat. 100% agree with that too. He loves to do the let me bend over backwards and I'll fucking garble your nuts to people like Ben Shapiro and shit like that. Like I don't need that in my life. I don't need someone who's willing to just fucking cave and let bigots like fucking fucking Ben Shapiro. Did he do fucking Tim oh god. Dude who wears a beanie all the time. I can't remember his fucking name. Did he do his as well? Yeah. He talks more about how nice looking men look than I do as a straight woman. Kind of like the why I like Tallarico. He's squeaky clean. I like Tallarico because Tallarico is like oddly, I look at him and I go, you mean everything you fucking say. Like, I fucking dig that, dude. Like, you talk about being, evangelical Christian, and you're also talking about how, like, Jesus is not, not for the shit. Look, Jesus is not for the shit that you guys are, and you've got it all wrong. It's great. Gavin Newsom's San Francisco relationship with Zuckerberg and Musk will come out and won't look good. Well, the thing is, the left and lots of people on the left, a lot of just politicians in general, fucking garbled fucking Elon and Musk's fucking nuts, along with Bezos's and Gates, because they were getting money. This the thing is, Elon is a fucking Elon is only going to do things that is going to benefit him, and he would be Elon. Did I say Musk? I meant Elon and Zuckerberg. Fuck. Zuckerberg. He is only going to do things, and all these guys are going to only do things that benefit them and make them money in the long run. They will fucking handhold and love anyone who's in office who will give them attention and will do the things that they need done. It doesn't matter if they're Republican or Democrat. That's the reality. And Trump made a deal with Elon to be like, you do whatever, I'll give you whatever you want. You just do what I ask you to do. And Elon's like, you need to win the election. I'll make it happen. Allegedly. But yeah, Tallarico though is my, like, the person who I'm like, one of the greatest, like, he's the most oddly captivating person I've seen, like, in a long time. And I just feel like he's extraordinarily sincere, like extraordinarily. But yeah, what was I gonna say? There was something else I had to say. Going through my list here of things people said. Oh, Supreme Court. Yes, Supreme Court. That's the other thing too. If someone does come in and is a Democrat, packing the Supreme Court would be the fucking perfect thing to do, and along with putting in term limits on Supreme Court members, like no lifetime Supreme Court members. Fuck them. His son was a big Kirk fan, for Christ's sake. Wait, whose son? I know Destiny's kid, the pundit, is a right winger. Loves, I believe, fucking that goober we were talking about earlier. I don't know, fucking 4chan kid. Imagine the Supreme Court didn't get to decide things that affect them, however suits them best. Yeah, along with also some impeachments of the Supreme Court. Yeah, no, I mean honestly, I would put in a term limit and be like, anyone above this, having served amount like 8 years, you're out. We're gonna replace you. Expanding the court with term limits. Yep, that's my thing. And get them out if they've exceeded the 8 or whatever, how long they want to do it. Because a lot of those motherfucking Gavin's son was a Kirk fan. What the fuck? Okay, well,
to unpack. Like, I'll do my homework. I feel like I have 1,000 questions. I don't know, like
term and age limits. Now, some people would argue that it's ageist. I personally believe anyone above retirement age should not be in office, but that's because it's retirement age.
This,
and yes, that would mean Bernie Sanders would not be able to run for president. Yada yada yada. Yeah.
You mentioned losing a second family, so like you literally fucking lost your whole life to MAGA.
I wouldn't let a 7-year-old drive, let alone run the country. I agree. You're talking to someone who's like anyone above 65. I'm like,
MAGA was my life and my obsession. Forget about taking a day off from MAGA. I never took an hour off from it. And I believed I was this patriotic soldier in this good versus evil political battle. You know, we as humans, we are enamored with stories. It's how we understand the world. And the story that MAGA presents is that there's good and that there's evil, and that anyone who's not with MAGA is evil. And I came to reject and shun that.
Well, did you grow up religious at all?
I am Catholic. Not the most religious Catholic. My wife does not like this joke. I always say that I'm an excommunicated Catholic, but even when I was in MAGA, I wasn't that religious. So I didn't go through a religious deconstruction, but there are many in our community who did go through a religious deconstruction.
That's the stuff that I always want to ask people who are in MAGA and who fall into the category of being extraordinarily religious, and then B, actually there's a group of people who are in MAGA who are not religious, and I wonder how the religious right actually can cope, how they cope with how diametrically opposed the current conservative movement, the MAGA movement, is against what is actually written and said in the Bible. And I do understand there are people out there who run churches and things like that, especially evangelical churches and shit like that, that will spout things like, well, here's my interpretation of the Bible. And when you read it, it's like, yeah, I can see how you're getting that, but there are contradicting things here, whatever. I just wonder how they square that peg. And you're just saying head meets stand. Yeah, I just wonder how that works for them.
There's one lady I'm thinking of, Stefania. Her entree into MAGA was through her Christian Nationalist Church. We have another lady, Jenny, who not only left MAGA, but left behind Mormonism. And if I could add, Mary Lou, just a little bit more homework, I would really encourage you to take some time and read some of the testimonials at our website at leavingmaga.org of people who left MAGA. I think you'll see some of yourself in these stories, but I think you'll also find them very eye-opening, enlightening.
She thinks this is cute. Like, oh, you want me to actually, yeah, add all the homework you want. She ain't doing shit. I got a video on that whole thing. I'll research it, bro.
And maybe even inspirational.
Okay.
So I would really ask that you maybe take some time and dig deep into those stories, which you can get at our website.
Okay, I'll do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Rich, for coming on here and talking with us. This has been very interesting. Everybody out there, please check out leavingmaga.org. You can find them on Instagram, TikTok, everywhere, YouTube, everything. I do think what you're doing is like this to leave out leavingmaga.org.
Yeah,
thanks,
thank
everybody.
you for your time. I appreciate it.
And before we go, we do have to do our final thing. We do this on every show, despite our political differences. Haley, I mean, we don't have political differences, but Haley, I love you. Mom, I love you. Dad, wherever you are out in the living room watching Newsmax, I love you. And Rich, thank you for coming on our show. I love you.
Thank you. Love you guys too.
Love you, Chad and Haley. Love you. Thanks for coming on the show. It was fun.
I don't hand it out. I don't just hand those Rich, nice to meet you. I don't hand it out. I don't just hand those out.
You make people work.
Very, very few people hear those words. Yeah.
It's got to be earned.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks everybody.
All right. What do we got here? She is always wrong. I watch a lot of Anthony Fantano, by the way. I believe that is Grimes, right? Okay. Hey, what's up, Shy Wolf? How are you doing? She goes, oh, you don't like Trump? Huh, well, don't go. Don't go for that. Anyways, like, yeah, sure. How are you? I'm good. Just kind of watching the Necessary Conversation stuff, and I was actually gonna pull up the episode real quick. I've got like a few minutes before I got to bolt because I think we're gonna go out tonight. Have you played Jason? I have not played Dead by Daylight in like 9, maybe 6, 7 months. Someone's ringing the doorbell. Who is ringing the doorbell right now? Oh, they left a package. Okay, cool. Oh my God, why? Honestly, something happened, and I know I was not going to say anything. All right, we were going to ignore the 6-7. All right. No, the game actually makes me nauseous now. I actually have taken a complete backseat to it, and I was like, oh, I'm just gonna fucking just come on here and hang out, and
Yeah, I heard he moved in the
talk politics a little bit. And yeah. Okay, so hold on. This is the episode, right? Okay, here we go. We'll start here.
Ignorant pygmy that the White House puts out on their press secretary every day. That woman is a total waste of skin.
All right.
That's my rant.
Thank you very much for your rant, Mom. Let's hear this ditty.
My ditty, and this is mind-blowing to me. Well, not, yeah, it kind of is. Okay. Can you see this? It's backwards.
My mom is holding up a picture of a little handmade sign that says "Stand Up for America." Whose front yard is that?
That's our front yard.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That has not come down since Biden stole the election from us.
Okay.
You know, I brought this up on one of the lives, being like, can you explain why, if Biden stole the election in, 2020 or 2020, 2020, why didn't they steal it again? When Trump was running for the second or for the third time? And she's like, I don't know.
I take that back.
All right.
I've had two signs.
Just a
This is
non-answer.
my second one. My first one got through the weather and
These
didn't
early
look good,
episodes
so-
are also really hard to edit whenever I go through and pull content from. And my favorite thing about these episodes is that literally in the corner of every fucking episode, like of these episodes, it literally says Best Buy 646's iPad. I can't I literally point it out every single time I pull from these older episodes.
The exact same replica I put out in front.
Okay.
This happened to Dad. He probably should be telling you, but I would like to. He was out front. A little girl came by on a bicycle, stopped and said, "What's that mean? What's that sign?"
She's Chinese, by the way.
She's Chinese.
What in the fuck?
She said, "What's that mean?" And Dad said, "That means to be proud for our country and stand up for the values that we believe in as Americans."
Did you go into one of your rants with
No,
her? Did you talk
he
about
just-
the
he just-
pygmy and?
No, he just explained what that sign meant because it does have American flags beside it too. And she said, "My grandma hates that sign, right? My grandma hates the sign. Chinese." So Bob said,
I said, what I told her, I said, well, if your grandmother doesn't like America, the country she lives in, she should pack her shit up and go back to China.
You told this to a 10-year-old kid.
"Did you say
Yeah.
shit?
Yeah.
Oh God."
Jesus
Can you
Christ.
like you actually confirm that she's Chinese?
Yes.
They own, well, I
Well,
can't.
and she speaks Chinese. She told me that. And I told her, I said, well, where do you think you live if not in America? She goes, Oklahoma. I said,
I mean, she got you there, Bob.
where in the hell do you think Oklahoma is? It's in
Exactly.
had a
It's in
con-
America.
And you're the genius Chinese. Yes.
You had a confrontation with a 10-year-old on a bicycle.
Yes, because she was questioning my patriotism and telling me she had none.
And
And she was a
No.
A what?
patriotism and telling me she had none.
And
And she was a
and
No.
Oh, she's
Okay.
a shithead.
You can't-
Okay. Okay.
Can't do racial slurs.
okay.
Wait, no, it was a racial slur? What?
yes, because she was questioning my patriotism and telling me she had none.
And
And she was a
and
No.
Okay, you can't.
Oh, he used the C. Oh my god. Yeah. I picked it up. I had to look at it. I had to look at his mouth. I know. Oh, I know. I look, I might be slow, but I figured it out. He called her a shithead. And then I was like, oh my god. If I would have watched this early episode, I don't think I'd still be watching So Sickening. Well, that's the thing, Fancy. And I tell this to everybody, if you ever want to see, like unfiltered Mary Lou, like everyone thinks, oh, like Bob talks over. No. We all have it wrong. I think Bob right now talks over her because he's losing it, but they riff off each other. They love it. Love it.
Do racial slurs.
okay. After that, or no,
Jesus.
before that, I also had out my Trump sign. I
Gets
thought
into
she was
fights,
maybe
probably.
asking Dad about the Trump sign. We are not the first ones on the block for the Trump sign.
She drops the F-bombs in the early days. Yeah. Bob talks like someone who has never been punched in the face. I see that.
We're the second ones on the block.
Yeah.
So the Trump signs are coming out.
Do you think it was Christian of you to get into a confrontation with a 10-year-old girl?
doesn't matter.
He didn't get into
She's not a
confrontation.
Christian.
He told her.
How do you know?
She doesn't have my values because she's Chinese.
He told
doesn't mean anything.
My
You don't know what religion she is.
Oh, does she?
Oh,
I
my
guarantee
God.
you, she's not a Christian.
Ask her next time you get into a confrontation.
Oh, her damn grandma comes walking by our house every day,
Oh,
grumbling
Bob.
on a phone,
Okay.
talking like some idiot.
Okay.
I don't know about that. He was in the military. Wasn't he in the Air Force?
And they are
Huh?
Chinese because
Talking
they own
like
a
an idiot.
restaurant.
Yeah, can't understand the words.
Oh, just a different language, you mean?
No, just grinding and growling on the telephone to whoever's talking to.
She speaks very loudly and grunts.
You're covering
Okay.
the
His Air
microphone
Force, yeah.
on your iPad there.
There we go. She speaks very loudly.
So anyway,
Those guys, I think have a little bit cushier than the grunts in the military, just a little bit.
I told him if her grandma didn't like America, pack her shit up, and get out.
Did
of
you
here.
say shit?
Yeah.
Oh God.
All right, that's confronting a little girl, saying that. That's fucking filthy and awful. I don't know how I just don't know how.
Right, Mom, what is your ditty?
And to think, I think they were doing the show audio only for 2 years, right? I didn't start watching full episodes until after Trump got elected this time, and I refused to watch the Biden ones. Yeah, told you. That's wild. Army, Marines, much more physical than Air Force, Navy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I will say this. I've just gone back because I have to, you're trying to pull, interesting clips and shit. And some of the most before Bob got sick, I was planning a fucking, a tour down Grotesque. Like, I was pulling clips for it, and I was just like, and then he got sick, and I was like, I gotta pause. I can't sit here and bring on the whole topic of race wars. And this dude's in the hospital. I was like, I just couldn't do it. Like, literally, that was the topic of several episodes. I believe he said he brings it up so often and so frequent in the episodes from 2024 and even 2023 that it's like the thing he was focused on was like, we're gonna get into a race war. You're gonna see. I'm like, oh my God. Black man got a promotion before him. That's why he is racist. That's his story. I remember I heard that. Thought it was hysterical, the UFC fighter talking about Michelle Obama, because that's what they think. Yeah. Even after all the stuff with Peppermint, what can you do, right? Well, funeral. Wait until his funeral, drop the truth bomb. I mean, honestly, if he comes back on the show, I'll probably go back into editing it. It's probably the more interesting idea that I had. I didn't really feel like doing the fluff stuff because I know everyone's all like, you should do all the times like Trump. He does the Trump voice. I'm like, yeah, I could do that, but I feel like that's not pushing things forward. Half getting there. No, I couldn't really believe that the black man in the military got promoted for no reason. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it either. He wanted a reason to hate people. That's the reality. He wants a reason to be racist. That's essentially it. All right. Let me put some music on. I need to start getting ready because I think we're gonna go out in a few, and we got to do stuff. Go walk dogs and all that jazz. And I think we might go eat. I don't know what I'm gonna do tonight. Looking for. Oh, there we go. Yep, passed over because he's an awful human, and the military still has respect for decorum and integrity. They do. Yeah, I personally believe that. Yeah, he was an awful person, and they were like, "Yeah, dude, you suck." Yeah, this is why this guy got a promotion. Another creator pointed out how when he was in the hospital and he was sending nasty texts to them, they thought it was funny, and it really wasn't, but abusive, and they just laughed. Yeah, so I talked about that a little bit on one of the past episodes because we were talking about just how callous Bob was, and that is PT. That's abuse victims. You have to find a way to cope, and I think their way to cope is like, look how fucking awful our dad is. I mean, I used to do it all the time growing up. I'd be like, man, yeah, remember that time when I got left at school for like 6 hours and I was bawling my eyes out? Man, I was such a pussy back then. It's just a way of minimizing, the actual issue. And they do it all the fucking time. They do it all the time. I mean, there's a video of Chad talking to Will Sasso about having, his dad pouring beer on his head, and while he's in the bathtub, and he was doing it to soften his hair. Like shit, and Will's like, that's abuse. And then Chad's laughing like, yeah, I know. It's like, I think there is an aspect of I don't want to speak for Chad because I don't know, but I think there is a level of like, I have to laugh at this because if I don't, it's sad. It's sad. All right. So I think the way the new schedule is going to work is we're going to do Mondays and Thursdays because I kind of want to have I want to have the time to do the podcast stuff and also be able to kind of like deviate. I don't want to do a day where I'm not really focusing on like something that's not planned. The family has acclimated. But yeah, I don't want to focus on stuff that's not planned. I do want to get to a point where we are just doing news. But I think for the interim, I am going to be focusing on Mondays and Thursdays. Also, it frees up my Wednesdays so I can get some work done. And I'm not doing 3 days. So, okay. With that being said, I will see everyone Monday. I will avoid all spoilers for the podcast until then. And yeah, I'll see you guys then. Hope you all have a good weekend, a good day off. If you have your day off tomorrow, I believe tomorrow is Juneteenth. And yeah, just make sure you take care of yourself and get some rest. Bye, everybody. Oh, by the way, yes, thank you guys. I see some folks jumping in here. Yeah, have a good weekend, everybody. Donna, thank you. Crivens, thank you. Antifa, thank you. Craig, Omni, thank you. And Indiana Girl, thank you. Hopeless, well, just looking to see. Peace Frog, thank you so much for hanging out. And anyone I missed, I appreciate you.